Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is indeed my show. Yes, we are starting early on the East Coast this morning because we are an hour behind. We have fallen back. We have not fallen back anywhere else in the world. And because we have not fallen back anywhere else in the world, when I was setting up the show for today, I royally screwed up one of my guests. He is in Australia, and if I didn't necessarily do him now, if I didn't bring him on the show now, do themselves gross. If I didn't bring him on the show now, it wouldn't be until like 1 in the morning or 12 o'clock at night when I would be able to get to him. So, since I am not asking anybody with a straight face, man to man, if they can come on the show at midnight, I am bringing him on an hour early. Mark Sleboda is going to be on at 7:15 because, from his point of view, that is the typical time to which he comes on. I am hoping beyond hope, that Dimitri Lascaris comes on at 8:15. Dimitri was supposed to come on at 9 o'clock. Suffice to say, there's a lot going on behind the scenes in regards to trying to get the show to work appropriately today. And mythical God willing, it will go just fine. I initially canceled. I said, hey, Dimitri, can you come? I think I asked him Wednesday or Tuesday. And then I was like, wait, ignore that email. Hey, let's keep the same schedule, but can you come 15, 20 minutes earlier? We will see. Either way, the show must go on. The show will go on, and we are going to do the news. We have a damn good show for you today. Warwick Powell is going to be on. What time is it? Within the next 10 minutes. Mark Sleboda is going to be on. And after that, fingers crossed, Dimitri will be on, and then Caleb will be on. Caleb actually had a really good spot last time he was on the show. So let's keep that momentum going. The big news that a lot of people have been talking about has to do with a helicopter incursion in the Pokrovsk. Now, this has been getting a lot of crap on Russian and Ukrainian sources who've been criticizing it heavily, especially Ukrainian sources. But what it boils down to is Ukrainians are surrounded with the tightening noose in Pokrovsk. It's not just Pokrovsk. It's Milograd, Minograd, Pokrovsk, Kupiansk. In fact, many of those regions are effectively going to fall like dominoes back to back to back. But the big one is Pokrovsk, that has been under siege for over a year. With that noose tightening, Putin comes out and Putin says, hey, since there's discrepancy in the media where Ukraine is saying there is not a noose around Pokrovsk, we will allow media a couple of hours to go in and see for themselves. Now, people like me hate it when Putin does this. And you would imagine people on the Russian side also hate it when Putin does this. But he's doing this to make a point. A, he knows that they're not going to accept it. B, it's also him riding a bear bare-chested. It's his way of saying, this is so tight that we can do this. We can allow that to take place, and they can't do anything about it. This is kind of like the bravado where Putin's like, hey, how about this? You pick a target. We will give you time to put all your air defense to defend that target, and we hit it with an Oreshnik. And let's see if any of your air defense, all of them that you put there, can stop it. It's one of those type of bravado moves. But put that to the side. The noose is tightening around Pokrovsk. And even Ukrainian sources are pointing out that what started off as a few miles space has gotten to be even less and less over the coming days in regards to the capability for the Ukrainian troops to get out. It becomes that much harder for them to do so. And they would have to leave their heavy weapons, artillery, and everything else as they effectively flee for their lives. In the context of this, where thousands of men are trapped, Ukraine launches a helicopter. I don't know what you want to call it. Incursion. Let's call it incursion. A helicopter incursion into the area. Russia observes the helicopter incursion and kills, I think it was 10, 15 troops the first time around. Let's say 10 troops that they were putting in, special forces. All right. 2 days later, October 30th, day before Halloween, Ukraine decides the first one went so swimmingly well, which it didn't. Let's do it again. And let's use Blackhawk helicopters, and let's try to put in about 20 men into Pokrovsk, special forces. And all of them are killed. And there are reports that even a Blackhawk helicopter was taken down in the process of those people being killed. Question. What is 20 people going to do when tens of thousands, or let's say 10,000, are already trapped? Right? That's a fascinating question. Like, are these supermen? Is this Halo, where you have these super soldiers that are going to go in that are 10 feet tall, 500 pounds, carrying huge weapon systems, miniature nukes, and all of this other stuff? Probably not. And so the catch becomes, okay, well, what do you expect these people to do? A, you're putting them in an open field. B, the first group that you put in have been slaughtered. What did you expect to take place for the second group that you were putting in? And even if you got them in successfully, what do you expect them to do in the context of the battlefield when you already have 10,000 men there that are stuck? Fascinating question. Now, the belief is that this had less to do about them doing anything in the context of those men being trapped. Those men would have remained trapped, whether the 20 people have gotten in or not. The belief is that this was a Budanov operation, the one who likes the darkness. And Budanov has close ties with the CIA. And so the belief, at the very least, Larry Johnson is putting this out, that they weren't there to do anything in the context of the people that were trapped. They were there because they were assets on the ground that potentially belonged to the CIA that they were trying to get out. Meaning, think about it for a moment. Do you really risk Blackhawk helicopters? And do you really risk your special forces in this way? And to do it more than once, if indeed there wasn't something important that you were trying to accomplish? Meaning, from the perspective of Kiev, and maybe from the perspective of Washington, there's a very important mission that needs to get accomplished, even at the risk of life. And yes, we accept that we had a fast-paced exit of life from the first group that was put down. But the mission was so important that it deemed us having a secondary fast-paced leaving of life for a second time. Meaning they wouldn't do that mission for no reason. They wouldn't risk those helicopters for no reason. They're doing it because there was something that was a high-value target that was on the ground that they needed to accomplish, that those special forces were there to accomplish. And it was a dumb mission because, for one, you're putting these people in the open field. B, the first group that you put in got killed. And C, why did you expect the second group? Did you think that the first attack was like lightning, that it wasn't going to hit in the same place twice? That was unfortunate. This goes to the reason and rationale that people often say that Russia doesn't go after central targets, meaning command choice targets, because the command is very dumb. And if you kill the people who are in there now, let's say Zelensky, Budanov, etc., then you may get people who are actually smarter and more competent at their jobs as opposed to these two. They literally just got several people slaughtered in a dumb, illiterate operation. You would have thought the first time would have said, hey, maybe this is a bad idea, but they do it again. But again, that gets across what is on the ground that is of such value and importance that it required them to do an operation like this, where they were willing to risk these people's lives to accomplish whatever objective they were trying to accomplish. And just be clear, the fact that the men were killed, the objective was not accomplished. Whatever was on the ground is still on the ground. None of it was a success. This was an utter and complete catastrophe. They're wasting manpower. Now, the other question becomes, how do you get the people that are already there out? And can you get them out? Up to this point, no, surrender order has been given, and no order to retreat has been given, in which case you have a noose that is tightening more and more by the day. Every syllable out of my mouth is the tightening of that noose. And at a certain point, those troops are not going to be able to get out. When Putin was having a conversation with Gerasimov, and he made this point of saying, hey, all efforts should be given to allow these people to surrender. What Putin knows is that in the past, they weren't allowed to surrender, and they were just slaughtered. Now, they weren't slaughtered because Russia wanted to. They were slaughtered because they wouldn't necessarily surrender. And for all intents and purposes, the surrender needs to be given by Kiev. And there is a history of those people being shot in the back when they tried to surrender. So every day that goes by, the chances of the people who are there, whatever the number is, 10,000, 5,000, whatever the number is, the chances of them getting out alive becomes less and less and less. It is a wasting of manpower to the tune of thousands, not to mention a betrayal from the standpoint of command to the forces on the ground. I see my guest here. Let's go to him. We are joined with the man himself, Warwick Powell. How you doing, Warwick? You doing okay today?
I'm okay. It's very warm where I am at the moment. It's
Is it? Lucky
it is.
you.
It's warm and humid and rather awful, actually. But
you call it awful? I'll tell you this. When I was in Jakarta, it was hot every day, and I loved it. It was like 90 degrees every day, and I get here, and it's wet, chilly. I have the heater on. I haven't had to have. The heater on. I haven't had a heater on in like 6 months. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. You get
there's no winning wherever you are. There's no winning wherever you are. There's always.
I love Jakarta's temperature personally, and I love Malaysia's temperature. Yeah. It's it's funny. The Malaysians, they would have an air conditioner blasting anywhere that you go in. It's like, dude, why is it so cold in here? There's like a tide outside. I was like, yeah, but it's not that hot. It's funny how like the climate, like as I was telling them in the States, it gets cold and it gets hot. Like we have seasons. Yeah. And there it just stays hot constantly. Same thing in Jakarta, it just stays hot constantly. So but just for the audience to know, Warwick Powell, he's adjunct professor at Queensland University of Technology, chairman of Smart Trade Networks Group of Companies, and president of Data Integrity and Supply Chain Association. You can also check Warwick on his Substack. He has a fantastic Substack. He writes, prolific writer. He writes all the time. I have been, as I pointed out, illuminated by various articles that you have written, and I love to cover those articles when they come out. So thank you for joining me, man. I got the timing wrong. We fell an hour back in the States. So we're starting an hour early, technically, from the standpoint of the United States. It's okay. I'll work it out next time around. But I didn't want
where I'm at in Brisbane, on the east coast of Australia, we don't have daylight saving ever, which means our time doesn't change, but Sydney and Melbourne go ahead by 1 hour. So it really messes everyone around, including people who live in Brisbane, because for the first month or month and a half of summer, everybody's confused. And if you live on the border of the states, between New South Wales and Queensland, and you live on one side and work on the other, or the children go to school on one side or have activities on the other, it's total mayhem. So the fact that you and I happen to have managed to coincide, I think, is a little bit of a miracle in itself.
Well, my uncle sent me a text. He says, hey, just be aware, we're falling back. It was like, we're falling back, just be aware. And so when I hit all of my guests, I told my guests, usually on the radio show, it always screws up on those days. It never fails. It screws up. Either a guest is missing, a guest comes in like an hour earlier, hour late. Yep. But no, for this one, I was aware. So I was trying to give everybody a heads up. I'm trying to do the calculations myself.
Well, we did okay. We did okay. Yeah.
But I thank you for joining me, though. I really do appreciate it. You wrote 2 articles. Now, I just saw the first one earlier today. You wrote Tortoise and the Hare. But the one I want to hit first before I get into the tortoise and the hare has to do with you pointing out that this is America's Suez moment. And just to give the audience context, Xi Jinping and Trump meet in Busan. Now, Trump had all sorts of bellicosity, There was all sorts of, I don't even know if I'm going to meet Xi Jinping. I don't even know if I'm going to talk to him. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. All of this bellicosity that was coming out of Trump, all for 1 hour and 40 minutes for Trump to completely capitulate. And when I say capitulate, I mean capitulate. It was the U.S. that initiated the trade war, not China. It was the U.S. that ratcheted up demands. It was the U.S. that decided to go after boats and shipping and tariffs on fentanyl. We did all of this stuff. And what you ended up with was effectively a climb down within the course of an hour and 40 minutes. What do you say? Tacos. I think Carl Jean made the point of saying, hey, man, it's not just on Tuesdays I like tacos. I also like tacos on Thursdays. Making the point that Trump always capitulates, what is it, overall or in the end, or chickens out. Trump always chickens out. And in this case, he chickened out. You called this, though, a Suez Canal moment. Break that down for us. Why are you calling it the Suez Canal moment?
The Suez Canal incident in the 50s was when the British, the last remnants of the British Empire, sought to take charge over the Suez Canal, but under pressure from the Americans and under threat from the Soviets, they backed off. So in a sense, it was the sort of moment that drew an end to the sort of slow unwinding of the British Empire. It was the moment where the UK or the British Empire had to concede that it couldn't act unilaterally and that it was forced to back down. So from a historical perspective, that incident, that moment, was quite symbolic of the end of a couple of centuries of British Empire dominance around the world. And, you could say that it was, in some respects, the passing of the baton to the United States. Now, I don't think we're seeing any baton passing, as I think we've discussed before at the moment. That's not the nature of the evolutions of the global system that we're witnessing, in my view. But I think that from the point of view of the 35 years of unipolar dominance by the United States, the 70-odd years or so of Pax Americana, those elements of what have been, by and large, an American-dominated 3/4 of a century, that's come to an end. Now, that's not to say, again, as we've discussed before, that the United States has somehow collapsed into a screaming heap. It hasn't. It's a big country. It's a big economy. It has a lot of talented and skilled people. It has its own troubles, like every other place does. But it certainly no longer can command the unilateral, unquestioned, unbridled position of unipolar hegemon as it once did. And the Busan blink, as I called it, epitomized that.
Yeah, you call it the sunset of the unipolar moment. That this was, it's funny, I always find there are multiple canaries in the coal mine. I mean, one, I thought Ukraine was one. This idea that the U.S. could necessarily use its economic might and military might to effectively overwhelm Russia in and of itself, meaning all of the powers of NATO with the U.S. backing it, couldn't necessarily change the context of what was taking place on the ground. I thought that was a huge deal and a huge moment that people should have been aware of, but not necessarily. And then Trump comes in to start a trade war and is not able to bully his way economically. So in an economic sense and in the military sense, this unipolarity wasn't shown itself, meaning it wasn't, it was unfounded. Its capabilities was corralled, or at the very least limited. And I think, as you point out, the Busan blink was indeed the sunset of the unipolar moment in the economic sense of the term. What was accomplished? What took place in Busan in South Korea? What was the terms that eventually unfolded in that meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump?
Look, I think we've just got to put it all into the context of like the last 9 months or so to understand what happened.
Please.
After President Trump took office again, he initiated a number of measures, punitive measures against China, initially in the name of trying to force China to do more in relation to the fentanyl question. And under a number of other provisions, he signed off on some executive powers and introduced assorted tariffs. Come 2nd of April, President Trump announced with great fanfare a whole swathe of tariffs, so-called reciprocal tariffs, on what he called Liberation Day across every national economy in the world. Not long after that announcement was made, it became quite clear that the formula that was used to decide the relevant tariffs for each of these national economies was largely plucked out of thin air, and it had no bearing on the actual trade balance between the United States and each of these countries. So immediately it made a lie of the claim that these were reciprocal tariffs. Often in cases where the United States actually enjoyed a trade surplus, tariffs were imposed anyway. So Australia was a great case in point, where Australian products was hit with a 10% tariff, even though the United States enjoys a trade surplus with Australia. So there was a whole bunch of nonsense already. China pushed back. So very significant tariffs were levied on China. China reciprocated with tariffs in kind. This went on for a few rounds as the tariffs were ratcheted up. As the United States would ratchet them up, China would respond in kind. And ultimately, it reached a point where I think the respective tariff rates applied on both sides had gone well over 100%. They were higher in terms of the tariffs that were applied on Chinese products, because Trump began imposing tariffs far earlier than the 2nd of April. But basically, tariffs had gone over 100%, at which point the Chinese just said, look, if you want to keep pushing them up, we're not going to bother anymore, because it's reached a point where, in effect, any additional increment of tariff increase is going to make zero difference to what is in effect the destruction of trading relationships between the two economies. So very rapidly after that, meetings were held between the China side and American side, concluding that they would agree to a temporary cessation of hostilities, wind arrangements back to where they were at literally prior to the announcement of the Liberation Day tariffs, so as to enable talks to proceed. A number of talks were then entered into, the last of which was in Madrid. The agreements or the understandings out of Madrid was really to lay the groundwork for the final round of discussions, with a view of there being some kind of a summit between Presidents Xi and Trump. Now, not long after Madrid, the meetings in Madrid arrived at these understandings, and some of those included neither side doing anything to provoke each other. The United States moved forward with a couple of additional measures. One was the so-called 50% measures, which in effect broadened the number of Chinese companies caught in the American blacklists from about 1,400 companies to 20,000 companies. And the United States also released a report and a finding concerning the shipbuilding industry, which recommended and subsequently was to be adopted a response which was to levy an additional set of fees on all ships that would dock in American ports, the ships that were made in China, even if they weren't owned by Chinese interests or flying Chinese flags. So long as they were made in China, those ships would be levied with additional fees. Now, China saw all of this as incredibly provocative and also contrary to the understandings that were reached in Madrid. And the response to all of that was the announcements of the rare earth and other materials export regulations, the licensing regulations, on the 9th of October. After that, the United States went into an absolute apoplectic fit. Clearly, this particular tranche of rare earths went straight to the heart of the military-industrial complex. Bear in mind that China had already introduced a number of export license regulations on rare earths earlier, in the last 9 months. So we've had a series of escalations. China matched the escalations. Eventually, China responded. Then we had the hurried reaction to the rare earths licensing situation, which saw meetings held in Kuala Lumpur between the two sides that ultimately arrived at what was then described as a framework. Right? And the framework essentially was all the key terms of the agreement that was signed off at the leaders' summit. So The key terms, in effect, saw the winding back of all of the United States tariffs that they had imposed on Liberation Day, a winding back of half of the so-called fentanyl tariffs, the suspension of the 50% rule. So a whole bunch of those companies that were blacklisted were no longer blacklisted. And all of this was to extend for 12 months. In response, China would begin to purchase American soybeans again. Obviously something of significant political interest to the Trump administration, and arguably of personal fiduciary interest to the Secretary of the Treasury, who announced to the world that he felt the pain of farmers because he himself owned soybean farms. So, so as a soybean farming landlord, he could appreciate the pain that was happening in the sector. So China agreed to resume purchasing beans, and China also agreed to suspend the application of the export licensing regimes for those licenses that were announced on the 9th of October, not for anything prior, but for those that were announced on the 9th of October, so that they could be better studied and for the implementation to be fine-tuned and clarified. And that was also to be for a year. The glass half full way of looking at this from a US point of view really is that there has been a 12-month détente, a cessation of hostilities for 12 months. Whether any of this holds or not, I guess time will tell. Many people would say that the United States is incapable of coming to agreements on things. So, we'll see how long this particular set of arrangements lasts for. There's incredible political pressure domestically on Trump, both from the Democrats now, who are calling, the capitulation, but there's neocons on both sides of the fence who find this set of accommodations to be totally outrageous and really want to see, America reinstigate an active and hostile posture towards China. None of that's happening. So Trump initiated a whole bunch of aggressive measures. They've all been walked back, and we are back at square one.
But to be clear, though, Trump didn't pull back because he wanted to. Trump pulled back because he had to.
Correct. So if Trump didn't have to, he wouldn't have. As simple as that. Let's not forget that these measures are the centerpiece of Trump's economic doctrine. When Trump ran for office the first time and then this second time, he argued that the American economy had been hollowed out, that it had been deindustrialized, and that it had been taken advantage of by others.
Right.
This was evidenced by trade deficits in manufactures, and what he claimed was a destruction of the employment base of manufacturing towns and centers in America. Tariffs was the answer to all of this. All right? We're going to impose tariffs. They were his favorite word. Tariffs would make America great again. They were going to be a big revenue generator. People would, countries around the world would be paying tariffs to the American government. Untrue, but anyway, that was the claim. And so we've actually seen the shelving of the centerpiece of President Trump's economic doctrine. Without this as the centerpiece, there is nothing that's coherent about the current economic policy framework. And you do have to wonder where this administration goes in terms of economic policy if it does not have tariffs as part of its principal set of tools. The other sort of thing to bear in mind about these tariffs is not only have there been the walking back in relation to China, but during the course of the last 6 months or so, there have been a myriad of exemptions made. So the headline number that's been applied to products from all sorts of countries is actually not really the headline number or not really the effective tariff rate, because there's a lot of products that are exempted. And the minute you start doing that, you sort of create a few different sort of unintended consequences. One is straight down the line regulatory arbitrage, nimble, economic actors, enterprises, and entrepreneurs will look for advantage in the differences that exist between tariff rates. So that's the first thing, and they've got to be policed and all of this. So that becomes an administrative nightmare and a policing nightmare to administer these rules. The second thing it does is that it undermines the fundamental rationale of the tariffs in the first place. Let's not forget that it was to tackle trade deficits, right? To shift manufacturing back to America and shift it away from China, principally. If it couldn't shift it out of China to America, the second best outcome was that it would be shifted out of China to some other part of the world. Right. Now, if all of that was to happen, in theory, the rates of tariffs would have had to have been exceedingly high, so that the economic calculus favored relocating production facilities to North America. The tariff rates were never high enough to do any of that, number one. Number two, the differentials between the products of different countries is such that there is no incentives to relocate out of China to other parts of the world. And we're starting to see reports, right, of companies that, in response to some of the sort of geopolitical dynamics and risks, sought to relocate production facilities from China to India. And they found it to be incredibly difficult. Workforce capability, training, reliable infrastructure, et cetera, was actually created a very difficult environment to just, pick up a factory in one place and move it to another. The other thing that I have seen some interesting reports on, and I'd need to verify this myself, but I saw some headlines and a report on CNBC a couple of hours ago, which talked about how the effective rate on products from India is actually now higher than the effective rate being levied on products from China. So the whole sort of architecture of this tariffs regime has just crumbled in this sort of geopolitical mess. And there's actually nothing good about this from a political perspective as far as the administration is concerned. If there is one little silver lining in all of this mess, and there's a few, and we can get into some of those, I guess, geopolitically later, but I think one of the interesting silver linings is that this will actually help the United States. The fact that President Trump's had to back off because the policies, had they continued in place, were actually contrary to the interests of many Americans and contrary to the interests of American household consumers, as well as enterprises that were buying intermediate goods. So this will actually be a better outcome economically for many Americans than otherwise.
So, just to be clear, for the rare earths, it's the extension of the rare earths that were removed, not the original, let's say, restrictions that were put on rare earths in the very beginning.
Correct. Well, there were some put in from memory in May or thereabouts. I don't believe that anything's been committed in relation to those at all. So this goes to dysprosium and a couple of others. And there were some introduced much earlier. So these are the licensing arrangements on germanium and gallium. So none of those have been part of this arrangement as well. In effect, those rare earth export licensing requirements are in place. On everything else, we're back to essentially the 1st of April.
Basically a stalemate.
Well, in a sense, except that, as you said, Trump was compelled to wind back. Had he not been compelled to wind back, he wouldn't have wound back. And so whilst the arrangements, in a sense, go back to what you'd call the status quo ante, the dynamics of political power globally is anything but status quo ante. I mean, this really showed the world that, firstly, China had the willingness to go toe-to-toe with the United States, which very few countries have done for a very long time.
Yes.
And secondly, China had stuck to its guns and achieved the outcome that it sought to achieve, which was the winding back of arrangements. Now, you'll notice that China has done this in a way that gave plenty of room to President Trump to not be entirely and explicitly humiliated in this process. In fact, it didn't push all the way for the abolition of all the tariffs and everything going back some years. It, had a fairly contained set of demands, and that meant that President Trump is able to say that there are tariffs in place, and therefore he's achieved something because they weren't in place beforehand. I think that that's a clever way of, and I think ultimately also a responsible way of dealing with what is in effect a very challenging period for the United States, where its unbridled unipolar power has literally been stripped away. The last thing China would want is for an America that feels humiliated and angry, because that does not create the conditions for a longer-term peaceful settlement. And I touched on that in that piece a week or so ago, where I talked about the lessons of the Treaty of Versailles. And I think we saw precisely that mentality at work coming out of Busan.
Basically, given the U.S. capability to save the face, despite the fact that it ultimately failed in its objectives. No, I guess I can see that. I mean, the U.S. would not have done that to China. They would have tried to put a dagger in them. But yes, you're right. China seemed to have allowed them to save face in this. You pointed out that there were benefits. So I guess the key benefit is that ultimately Trump failed because the United States was effectively going to be the one paying for the sanctions. I mean, paying for the tariffs. Meaning, I saw some of the reports. It was like $1 trillion that we are paying the majority of, which effectively is increasing inflation and everything else in the United States, despite the fact Trump kept saying that it was foreigners that were paying for the tariffs. Didn't he know? I mean, wouldn't there have to have been people in the United States that would have known that A, these tariffs weren't high enough to bring the companies over, and B, it's Americans that are paying for the tariffs, so we're going to be the ones accepting and paying for it? Or you don't think they knew? You think they were just dumb?
Well, there were plenty of people who warned about this from day one. But I think it's worth bearing in mind that President Trump has been a long-term believer in tariffs, right? So he believes in tariffs as an article of faith. He's surrounded with some advisors who hold similar views. The fact that these views have been proven to be erroneous and were actually anticipated to be erroneous through the application of just some basic logic and thinking through how these things work, didn't mean that these people didn't have, in the first instance, what one might concede to be genuine or good faith beliefs in the merits and effectiveness of tariffs. They were just wrong.
Wow, fair enough. But that doesn't really have any effect on the tariffs that he's using elsewhere. For example, the tariffs on Russian oil, for example, the tariffs on, let's say, Europe, some Southeast Asian countries. I mean, those remain in effect.
They do. I understand that there's a court case coming up that will have something to say about some of those. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not the Supreme Court upholds the appeal against the president's use of executive powers or not. I'm certainly no expert in how the Supreme Court works, so all I can do is rely upon things that I read. And I think one of the interesting things will be to see whether or not the Supreme Court, the majority of whom have now been appointed by President Trump over the course of his previous term, will display, obvious partisan loyalties, or will they take on board the merits of the arguments that President Trump has really exceeded the authorities of executive powers to do what he's done, and that in fact the powers of taxation and tariffs, etc., properly reside with the Congress.
Yeah, we don't know. The Supreme Court can be a fickle mistress on stuff like this. He's already lost the previous cases, and the U.S. would have to pay back billions of dollars in tariffs. And God, man, it gets interesting. Like, can you sue for your grocery bill being higher as a result of the tariffs that Donald Trump put on, if they were indeed found to be illegal? All of that stuff becomes a question at that point.
Well, given the litigious culture in the United States, it wouldn't surprise me if a class action wasn't initiated around this, which would take the issue all the way into the midterms, where a whole bunch of arguments will be run about the extent to which tariffs did impact ultimately the grocery bills, et cetera, et cetera. And it wouldn't surprise me if an entrepreneurial lawyer sought to do this.
I'm curious, what would the tariffs, well, I guess there are two questions. A, what would they have had to bid to accomplish the objective that Donald Trump wanted, effectively to force manufacturing to come back to the United States? And two, would that have taken place in 3 years? Meaning they know that Trump is only going to be there for 3 years. Is that something that they just ride out? Or would they have tried to move in that short period of time? From my point of view, they would have never done that in 3 years. But I could be wrong.
You've got to sort of think through what's involved in setting up new production systems, right? What the costs are in terms of capital expenses, getting approvals for building factories, then connecting them up with electricity, et cetera, et cetera. These are not small undertakings, particularly if you're doing them at scale. So that's your first set of challenges, is that it just takes time and effort to do, and it's not easy or cheap. The second thing is that if somebody was inclined to do that, or a large number of firms were inclined to do that, it's likely that that would lead to upward price pressure on things related to the building of factories, because there would be increased demand for all the skills and materials that factories would demand. And that will have spillover effects onto the other parts of the economy, because the booming sector would draw resources away from the sectors that aren't booming, okay, and bid up prices in doing so. So that's your first thing. The second thing is that because it takes time and effort, it's a very difficult decision to make when there's so much uncertainty. If you don't know how long these provisions are actually going to be in place, it's very hard to make such a massive commitment to, and because there's risk involved, right? Which is that it might take longer, it might be more expensive, and there might not ultimately be sufficient demand to warrant the capital investment, which means you're staring at a loss down the track. So there's a lot of big questions for enterprises to answer when they are thinking about building new factories. And I think that there are two big issues or probably three even, for the Trump agenda. One was getting the tariff rates high enough so that it was no longer competitive to manufacture offshore, and that would be offset by the increased costs of building factories onshore. Factor number one. Factor number two is this issue of the uncertainty and the time lag. Okay, so a lot of firms would be in two minds. Maybe this will go away. Maybe there's a midterms coming up. Maybe when the next presidential election comes and a new administration comes in, it'll change. So you've got those issues. But I think that there's another set of deeply troubling issues for reindustrialization, and that is that the state of American infrastructure, in many cases, is actually not up to the requirements of modern manufacturing. So the electricity distribution network is no longer of a standard that is necessary in many parts of the United States to support the kinds of industrialization that we're talking about. The telephony or digital transfer network is also not up to scratch in many cases, where you want to have high-powered 5G capabilities to enable you to operate an intensely robotic and automated production system, and to control that remotely using artificial intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of reasons why popping factories up out of the ground is actually a difficult and fraught decision for enterprises. And I think it was a little bit wishful from President Trump and his team's point of view that this would happen anyway. And they really misunderstood the challenges involved in practical terms. And the need ultimately, if the objective was a reindustrialization of America, there's also a need to get a workforce up to a point where it's actually capable of supporting industry. When you take all of those factors into account, I doubt that the policy was ever going to work, and because it was barely touching on one of the factors, which was price differentials, but it never addressed any of the other issues, which was uncertainty, poor infrastructure quality, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you think the objective itself was worthy though? Meaning, like,
look,
even
I understand it. I'm not sure that it is even viable, right? Right, but because in some respects, it's the politics of nostalgia which is speaking here, which is maybe we can somehow recreate the sort of social and economic conditions of the 1950s.
right.
But the real challenge is actually looking forward. What are the jobs of the future? Not how do we get the jobs of the past back? And they're two very different questions. And I think the politics of the Trump administration was very much leaning towards how do we get the jobs we've lost back, as opposed to how do we create the jobs of the future and ensure that the workforce has the skills that are needed for those jobs, and ensure that the institutional arrangements deliver a fair outcome to the people who are working in these industries. Now, I don't think any of those questions have actually really been asked. And until the United States thinks a lot more about the jobs of the future, as opposed to pining over the lost jobs of the past, it's going to find the rejuvenation of high-valued industrial activity quite difficult. See, the United States over 50 years has evolved from one where manufacturing, in many parts manual to start with and slowly but surely mechanized, was an important part of the economic system, to one that is a much smaller proportion of the economy as a whole.
Right.
The services sector has grown significantly, some of which in the finance and insurance and real estate industry arguably aren't particularly value adding, other than for a very small proportion of people. But there's a lot of other services work that are basically the mainstay of the American economy these days. Now, what are you going to do? You've got to train people off those services jobs into other kinds of jobs. That again, it's not just a click of the finger that these things happen. You got to build the educational institutions and training institutions that actually enable you to do that, and that means actually a commitment to things like science, technology, engineering, et cetera, essentially university education and also research and development. But those activities are actually being stripped bare at the moment.
Yeah, we're not doing that. I mean, we're even cutting NASA, for God's sake. And this idea of free college and those type of things that would incentivize, we're not doing it. It's just not part of the way we function. No. I think the issue is more so like service jobs don't pay anything. And so if you have a huge number of people working at McDonald's, Burger King, temp jobs, YouTube, like these kind of gig positions, these jobs are unreliable, unstable. And if you look at the American economy, for example, you have the overwhelming majority of the people, I think it's like 70%, don't have $500 in case of an emergency. That is unsustainable. But conversely, if you ask people, would you like to work in a factory? They would say no. But if you ask them, do you want more factories? They would say yes. It's very bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix that issue. And I guess they don't either at this point.
No, and that's part of the challenge of where things are at, I think, in America, which is, look, I get the sort of politics of all of this. I understand the social and cultural anxieties that come with all of this, particularly when people do look wistfully back at a time where, at least in their imaginations, things were simpler and better.
Yes.
Today, they aren't that simple for many people. They're certainly not better for many people. And they yearn for a time when, for them, it was, even if it was only in their imaginations. Because frankly, I think for a lot of working people in America, the 1950s was hardly anything to write home about. I mean, they weren't actually particularly great times either. And, if you were black, uneducated, I think the 1950s and the further south you went, the less desirable the experience of America was. So a lot of this is, of course, a product of the political imagination, how we imagine a better time in the past. And the politics of MAGA and Trump have very much been about bringing back something that's been lost, hence the last day in MAGA, making America great again. It really does lean very heavily on this nostalgic imagination, even if a lot of it's untrue.
Is it true that much of the economy is... So I was looking at a graph that was pointing out elements of our society and the economy. Most of it seemed to be in a recession, with the exception of, let's say, things like AI, this kind of AI bubble that was pulling the United States out of recession territory. Is that true, that artificial intelligence is effectively the thing that the U.S. economy is leaning on, and if it wasn't for that, we'd effectively be in a recession?
Yeah, pretty much. And consequently, you also see a real patchwork quilt across the country, right, of parts of the country that in aggregate terms are doing okay, plenty of money flying around, and then in other parts where it's simply not. And the boom in AI and data centers and things like that is clearly concentrating activity in certain parts of the United States. It's certainly driving a lot of wealth creation, particularly in stock valuations, but it's not helping other parts of the country. And this patchwork that you describe, I saw a map as well of the United States broken down into its states, where you could see that there was something like, the report estimated about 23 of the states, so almost half, already in recession, and about another 10 or 15 or so are essentially treading water, not in recession, but certainly not in growth territory. So you're probably looking at about a quarter of the states in the United States that are currently in growth territory, and of those, maybe 5 or 6 are seriously experiencing the benefits of the AI boom.
But if this is stock market evaluation, not necessarily part of the real economy, how... This always confuses me. Money in the stock market doesn't seem to be a factor of the real economy, or is it? Am I getting something wrong?
No, well, I mean, it's basically exchange value being traded up, and until owners of stocks convert those stocks into cash or leverage their stock holdings to borrow, very little rubber hits the road, right? So that's really the only way in which stock valuations cause money to begin circulating in the economy again, or in the real economy. It's when people leverage or cash out and take that money and spend it. Otherwise, it really is just money chasing fictitious capital and driving the money unit value of those stocks up. But it's not really doing anything for anyone in ordinary mainstream America. Main Street really doesn't see much of any of this stuff. Wall Street does very, very well, but Main Street doesn't.
Is this a bubble in the real sense, in the sense of the dot-com bubble? I was a software engineer. I was a software engineer for like a decade. And I remember when I first got into the career, my company, it was at this cusp of the dot-com bubble, where my company remembered when they used to get like $1 million for a project, and that money had dropped from like $1 million to $100,000 for the exact same project. And of course, it was going even less because you had WYSIWYGs that would effectively build many of the software systems on behalf, meaning you had so many tools at a certain point, but you didn't really need these huge companies to do this stuff. And so the amount that the company would make made less and less. Is that what we're looking at with AI? And the reason why I'm asking this, you wrote this article, the secondary article, The Tortoise and the Hare AI. And if I can pull it up, there we are. The Tortoise and the Hare AI in AI. And your point is the US has jumped off to a huge lead in AI, but it's not going to keep that lead. And there are various reasons that are pushing against it being able to maintain the pace and the lead, especially against countries like China that seems to have an infrastructure and an industrial base that is more geared towards, let's say, the construction, creation, maintenance, etc., of AI technologies. Go into that for me, because if you're right, then all of the money that's being dumped into AI is going to end up in a bubble that pops the moment that China, takes off the gloves.
Well, it might pop for other reasons as well, which is shortage of system liquidity, and if a lot of the drivers of the stock valuations are based on people borrowing money to buy stocks, then
exactly
it is possible that that they're going to need to pay that back at some point, and that's going to cause possibly a run on stock. So there's lots of things that will bring the bubble to an end. But that article is one that I guess I put together over the last few weeks, but all these other events kept overtaking my window of opportunity to just finish that article and also publish it. So I thought eventually, sometime late yesterday, I put in a few extra hours and really just tidied it up to get it out the door, because I thought it was important. Not so much in the geopolitics of things per se, though obviously people will grab onto it in geopolitical terms, but to really understand that AI and the question of AI competitiveness, if you will, is really a systemic or an ecosystem question, as opposed to one simply about who's got the best semiconductors. Okay, so I think it's fair to say that the United States continues to have the most energy efficient semiconductors around, and those particular, or there's a bunch of those particular chips have been prohibited from being exported to China. So that's where the United States advantage has been, and it has been able to roll those chips out into the data centers and really fast track the development of the early days and early versions of OpenAI and related LLM, large language model projects. So that's what I mean by the hair. It really got out the gates incredibly fast with wind in its tails, which came from having access to some of the best chips around. But it is an ecosystem question. So the chips are ultimately manufactured using a bunch of raw materials. The question is where do those raw materials come from? And can the United States own chip makers have access to those raw materials in cost competitive terms? As we know, many of the raw materials, including rare earths, come from China. And so China itself obviously has a significant capacity to govern the upstream components of an industry and ultimately contribute to the downstream development of the chip manufacturing sector in China, which it has been behind in. The second thing you would understand is, even if you've got the most efficient chips, if your energy costs are really high compared to someone else, your chip efficiency advantage may be offset by your energy cost disadvantage. So one cancels the other out. And I think we have a situation where the United States efficiency advantage in terms of the chips is cancelled out by and large by its electricity cost disadvantage relative to China. So in many regards, the terrain has been leveled. The third thing we get is that China has, in the face of hardware constraints, developed software hardware optimization using clever algorithms and design configurations. So they're able to squeeze more performance out of inferior chips for a given amount of energy input than a comparable setup in the United States. So ultimately, from an energy to output point of view, China is actually delivering a slightly more competitive proposition. Add to that the centrality of Chinese open source AI models. So you've got cost advantage evidenced in lower token prices for Chinese AI models, open source AI models themselves, which people can download and run and develop on top of. That advantage, that couplet, is actually seeing the growth in the download of Chinese AI models to a point where in the last month and a half, those cumulative downloads have surpassed the cumulative downloads of American AI models. Okay, so Chinese AI models have now become, in effect, more popular. They're cheaper in terms of performance and to run, And the last thing we can add on to this little story is the emergence, as a result of all these factors I've discussed, and what I call AI in a box, which is the ability to deliver AI solutions in a containerized format with its own independent power supplies and communications arrays that in effect enables China to sell complete full stack AI solutions into the developing world at incredibly low cost. And that enables those parts of the world to participate in AI in a sovereign environment. Now, all of this ultimately leads to a couple of important conclusions. One is that China, in effect, by making these ecosystems available to all sorts of people around the world, are going to create a very large ecosystem of people who are accustomed to developing solutions on these platforms and ultimately become de facto champions of these platforms. That's the first thing that's happening. The second thing is that you end up, once you've got the software piece, developers comfortable developing within a particular software environment, you've got the fit for purpose hardware piece. So you've now got a hardware solution that comes in behind. And it's that package deal that really is what ultimately sells the story, not whether or not you've got the most efficient chips. And China has had to make the most of the fact that it's had inferior chips, but superior electricity, superior enforced optimization. They've had to do it. And ultimately, as a result of all of that, are delivering like for like a much cheaper AI alternative than what's currently available out of the United States. None of that augurs well for high capex systems, which is what the US AI industry is. Don't be surprised if the AI industry in the United States will seek more and more favors from government, more and more protections from government, so as to reduce the extent to which Chinese AI functions as a competitor. And that's despite the fact that the US continues to have the better position when it comes to these AI semiconductors.
Well, that also gets into the whole thing of making it open source, where you've effectively, it's kind of like Google Docs versus Microsoft, where the moment that you make Google Docs open source, anybody can use it. Anybody can use it for free. So why do I need to pay money in order to get Word when I have Docs?
I'll give you an example. Look, so some of your viewers might be familiar with the world of blockchains and distributed ledgers. So when the Ethereum blockchain network came live in July 2015, and with it, the Solidity programming language, thousands of developers around the world ultimately learned how to program in Solidity. No one paid them, but they all did it because there was an environment where they could deploy their applications, smart contracts, and do things, on the world computer. And we now have an incredibly huge and vibrant software development ecosystem globally. Look, I haven't checked the numbers for quite some time, but there are tens of thousands of, possibly hundreds of thousands of Solidity developers working on all sorts of Ethereum virtual machine compatible blockchains. And in some ways, what's happening out of China with things like the Qwen 2.5 and the Qwen 3.0 models, which is what Alibaba's released, we're going to see the same thing happen. There will be a large global cohort of software developers and applications developers who will become accustomed to working within this particular applications environment. And once you've got that, well, the sort of operating system, in a sense, just comes with it.
Yeah. This was the same thing with like C#, Microsoft products. You had to pay a huge amount of money in order to use it. Many companies did, but other people use PHP and some of the other systems that were effectively free to use. No, I totally get it. Yeah. I guess my thing is, if all of this money is leveraged in the stock market on the issue for AI, especially in the context of American companies, and China is able to, if not dominate, let's say take a huge market share associated with it, what does it do to the stock market for all of this money that has been leveraged in the US markets? or does it do nothing? I mean, am I thinking of this wrong? I'm thinking of this in the context of, if this is indeed a bubble, that bubble pops. As you point out, it may pop just for other reasons, but there also seems to be a huge amount of pressure associated with the way China is releasing its AI products and the success of
Yeah.
those products.
Look, I think that it is a big bubble, and it will pop, and and when it does, there will be a lot of paper wealth destroyed. Again, if there's an upside in the popping of this particular bubble, it's this: almost all of that wealth is held by a very small proportion of Americans, and some 93% of stock market value is actually held by the top 10% of Americans.
Right.
Half of that's held by 1% of Americans. So the rises and falls of stock valuations obviously affects everybody who owns stocks, right? But in the scheme of things, it will disproportionately affect wealthy people. There's very few people on Struggle Street who are in the bottom 50% of income, who have barely $500 in the bank account for a rainy day, who live paycheck to paycheck usually. There'll be very, very few of those people who own stocks. And, so the impairment of paper value, if you will, is hardly going to directly affect their lives. But it will certainly send shockwaves through the financial markets, and it will send shockwaves, I think, through the AI industry, because it will cause a whole lot of rethinking around the business models and the risks that investors are willing to take on all sorts of things associated with the ecosystem, whether it's particular applications or new models or enterprises that are trying to leverage some AI capability to do X, Y, and Z. The idea of OpenAI launching an AI-enabled video sharing app, social app, is that really going to be a viable use of AI computational power and the cost of the infrastructure goes with it? Is an adults-only AI-based competitor to OnlyFans going to be financially viable?
Oh, what? An AI-based OnlyFans? Oh, well, you only have artificial intelligence.
Sam Altman announced a couple of weeks ago that they are going to release an adults or an age-regulated AI where things that you can't have on a totally non-age specific environment can operate. And and all I can think of is essentially porn, gambling, and all the usual vices, right? So
it's like slap me on the ass, and it's an AI model slapping a guy on the ass.
And so look, I don't know what they've got in mind, but if that's where 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the hype was all about artificial general intelligence. We're within a hair's breadth of emulating God's greatest creation, right? That was the idea. And now we're basically left to gambling, porn, and video sharing. Look, I saw a very interesting article, by the way, in Harvard Business Review, which I linked to in that essay, actually, which talks about American enterprises implementing Chinese AI models to do what they want to do, what they need to do for commercial applications. This is not going to sustain in a political environment where so much political capital as well as money capital has been invested in AI as the next frontier of American dominance. I mean, if American businesses are actually using AI by downloading and running Chinese models and then building on top of them, what that really means is that they're not paying for American AI models, right? And how's the American body politic going to react to that? How are the folk inside the Beltway going to react?
That's also a recession, correct? I mean, if we're living off AI, the bubble pop.
Well, I saw also, well, there will be a contraction, right? I mean, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent actually admitted today on some interviews or overnight that there are some sectors of the American economy that are already in recessionary conditions. I think he hinted that the housing industry was in one already and blamed sustained high interest rates, right? But
Of course.
but you know, put aside the politics of it. That from a simple description of fact point of view, you've got the Treasury Secretary now saying, well, you know, some parts of the American economy are in recession, and you know, and it's not going to get better if there's an AI bubble in the short term. In the medium term, what you would hope is that with the popping of the bubble, the resources that might have been sucked into AI unproductively would then be available for other things, which may be more productive economically or socially.
One last question, and this has to do with the sanctions that Donald Trump just passed on Russia, where he went after two of the main oil companies. India seems to be pulling back on the use of Russian energy, even though they have been pretty clear, look, we're not stopping using Russian energy, even though the companies themselves seem to be trying to find a way to get around the sanctions. Is this, from your point of view, what effect is this going to have on the cost of energy that either we pay in the United States or just energy in general from the standpoint of the world market, since energy is usually accrued by world costs, not individual costs of nations?
APEC's made some decisions in the last 24 hours concerning its production outputs over the next few months. I actually can't remember what that was. I skimmed over it you know, a few hours ago, but you know, I think that there is the downside risk for the United States is that this will lead to, you know, an increase in the cost of fuel domestically. I'm not across the detail, to be honest with you, to really give a considered view on it, but it's likely, from what I have seen, that there will be some short-term, let's call it a period of administrative adjustment, and then it'll be back to business as usual again. There are a couple of private Indian oil refineries that also have got strong business links to the United States, and they'll be a little bit mindful of being caught up in too much of this. But I can't imagine the state-owned refineries in India being particularly perturbed, and they will find ways around this quite quickly. Let's not forget that President Putin, I think, is visiting India in the next month or so, and these issues, I doubt, will be unresolved issues that will, you know, be something of a cloud over that visit. I think quite the reverse. I wouldn't be. I mean, there are some other pressures that the United States is putting on India too, right? Which is to in effect pull out of the Kandahar port, you know, which is the big project going through Iran, and they've given them a 6-month window to essentially stop using it. You know, is India going to hold its ground on a lot of these issues? You know, I know that there's a lot of people who have quite a negative view, I guess, about India, particularly its dependability as a pillar of the global South.
And BRICS,
and BRICS, but so far in their own way, and you know, and India does have its own style about the way it, you know, navigates and engages in diplomacy, and sometimes it involves not turning up to things, which has been recently the case. So far, it's actually held its ground more than what I think many people would have anticipated it to have done. It continues to buy Russian oil. It continues to collaborate with Russia on military hardware, and so, you know, I wouldn't write India off as far as its ability and its willingness to actually put its foot down if it gets pushed too hard. It's got a bit of work to do, I think, to strengthen its position so that it can do that with confidence. And of course, to do that, it will need to come to some more robust agreements with China, particularly on the economic front, so that those relationships can help India buffer any of the adverse effects in the short term of the US putting more pressure on it, right? So India will need to, I think carefully about how it prepares the groundwork over the next 6 months for it to be able to be in a better position to say no.
Warwick, you are awesome. I love your breakdowns. I love your articles. I'm going to put both articles at the bottom of the video after I cut the video. Thank you for this, man. Always appreciated. Warwick Powell. He's adjunct professor at Queensland University of Technology, chairman of Smart Trade Networks Group of Companies, president of Data Integrity and Supply Chains Associations. You can find his writing on Substack under his name, Warwick Powell. Warwick, you have a fantastic rest of your night, man. Thank you for this. I appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. Good to see you again, Jamal.
Absolutely. Be safe. Thank you. All right. I see my man in the background. I always call him the best in the business, Mark Sleboda, International Relations Security Analyst. You can find him on Boosty, Boosty, under Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda. Or if you just put in his name, Mark Sleboda, he will appear. Mark, how you doing today, man? You doing okay today?
Jamal, I'm alive. How the hell are you? Thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show.
I am alive. I am intact. I don't have any complaints. So we will go with that. Thank you for joining me, man. I always appreciate these conversations. I guess the first question, since I titled the video, the Blackhawk down disaster from the standpoint of Kiev, I was fascinated by that. And just as a primer for the audience, they bring in 2 helicopter, I call them incursions. The first one, they put the people down, special forces, they get slaughtered almost right off the bat. Apparently Russia is watching the entirety of the whole thing. 2 days later, October 30th, they do it again using, I think it was either 2 or 3 Blackhawks. There's some reports that one of the Blackhawks was taken out. Either way, everybody on the ground had been killed, and the mission obviously failed. What is going on with this? Give us details of this, because 20 men is not going to change the situation in Pokrovsk.
Yeah. Okay. So there are varying reports. I've heard 2 helicopters, right? UA-60s, full of special forces, and I've heard 3. I don't have a confirmation either way, right? What we do know is that they landed in an area that is outside of Russia's stable control, right? Not in the city of Pokrovsk, but to the north of Pokrovsk, right? In the Pokrovsk area. And they landed right in what is, in terminology, I think we've talked about it before, a kill zone, right? When mappers are doing their geostrategic, their locations, using satellite data and videos to geolocate videos, they have areas of Russian control, they have areas of Ukrainian control, and they traditionally have areas that are in the gray zone, right? Where there's fog of war, where there's ongoing fighting, and it's not quite clear who has the upper hand, right? Which is usually those areas are usually pretty small. Well, a few months ago, they started adding a new designation, and they called these kill zones. And these are areas where there is so much
Mark will be back. He'll be back. He'll be back. Come on. I believe in you. I believe in you. Okay, Mark will be back. He's freezing for the moment. Okay, Mark will be back. I'll bring it back on when I see him moving in the bottom of the screen. Okay. Yeah, he'll be back. He's just gone dark. This was a disaster. This was a disaster, even by Ukrainian channels, in the way that Ukrainian channels were effectively talking about it. Even they were talking about it as a complete and utter disaster.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, there you are. I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay. So a kill zone, right, where the FPV drone activity is so high that troops, until the situation changes, don't really have a chance to survive, right? Usually the way to deal with a kill zone is either to go around it, right, to flank it at maybe some considerable distance, or using data gathered through your own drones or satellites or possibly through electronic warfare measures to identify where the opponent's drones are being operated out of, and using long-range strikes to get rid of those drone operators. Because I imagine that a significant quantity of electronic warfare, right, that is primed for the type of drones that are being used in that area might succeed as well. Except on the Russian side, the use of fiber optic cables is so high that may not work for the Ukrainians. And basically their electronic warfare, NATO electronic warfare, is not as good anyway. But they landed them inside a kill zone on the outskirts of Pokrovsk. To what purpose? Well, I mean, it's clear that they weren't meant to engage brigades worth of Russian troops. They were obviously there for a special forces mission, right? Which is almost certainly something to do with this extraction, right? They were there to get someone or something, probably someone, out. So they were supposed to meet someone there. The Russians knew they were coming, so we can presume that they did not get whoever it is that they were supposed to out. At least one of the three helicopters, 2 or 3 helicopters, is confirmed destroyed. I don't know about the others, and we have videos of at least the first crew of special forces being literally hunted down by drones minutes after they arrived, landed and got off the helicopter, and to a man, literally killed. Really stupid, suicidal. So, I mean, we're also told that this mission was so important that this was a mission by the Kiev regime's military intelligence, the GUR. Yeah. And we're told that it was so important that Kyrylo, I like the dark Budanov, the sociopathic leader of the GUR, was himself personally leading this. And I don't know what that means. Is he still with us? I mean, I know the man has 9 lives, or he had 9 lives. I think he's down to about 3 at this point, right? I don't know, what his condition is, whether he was on one of those, whether that is, that terminology is like, well, he was in the air
on the helicopter.
Yeah, was he on one of the helicopters? We don't know. I mean, he used to do that, right? I mean, that he actually came out of the new Kiev regime's special forces post the putsch in 2014. And the U.S. liked him so much that he was elevated up through the ranks, because, as the New York Times has bragged to us, the U.S. came in after the U.S.-backed putsch in Ukraine and completely rebuilt their intelligence services from the ground up, and they liked him and they promoted him up through the ranks. But he used to lead special forces missions. This is why I think he focuses as a military intelligence head much more on covert operations than he does on actually doing military intelligence and assessments of enemy military forces. Yes. Take that for what you want. It had to be something like that. It was obviously not meant to change the fate of what was going on in Pokrovsk. They were supposed to secure someone or something. It does not appear that they did so. And it appears that they paid an extremely high price for it. It also appears that the Russians knew they were coming and waited and lied in wait for them.
Wow. Which means they knew the target that was on the ground, or they had to have some idea of who they were going to get on the ground for them to be waiting for it.
My pure speculation, right? We're already well into speculation because we don't know what their mission was, but I think it's common sense that, they weren't there to, participate in some type of unblocking operation or anything like that.
Now with 22 men, no. Yeah.
Where do you send 2 or 3 squads of special forces with potentially even the head of military intelligence involved in? I mean, who is that important? To me, it could only be a Western military officer.
Yeah.
That is the only, that you would risk that much for, that you would go to that extent to get someone out. That is the only thing it says to me.
And to do it twice in a similar, if not the same location, 2 days later, as if, this is lightning and it's not going to strike twice in the same spot. It seems that the Russians were effectively just laying in wait.
Yep.
Watching the entirety of the thing. Yeah, this was extremely expensive, to put it mildly, which means that high value target is still on the ground. I mean, ideally, I would think.
Maybe the Russians picked it up, it or he, or, I guess she.
Well, we don't want to be sexist, he or she.
We don't, yeah.
Wow. The situation with Cross seems to be getting worse. There were some Ukrainian channels that was talking about.
Well, I mean, that depends entirely on your perspective. I think the situation in Pokrovsk looks excellent. But I mean, from the Ukrainian position, from the Ukrainian
point of view, that noose seems to be getting tighter and tighter. From a hangman's point of view, the noose getting tighter is perfectly fine, right? But their situation on the ground seems to be getting progressively worse. And there's been no
as of the beginning of the weekend, right? There was a 1 kilometer gap in the Russian forces in one area, and that was the only way out. And that's not through a road, that is through empty fields that were, for lack of a better word, haunted by drones, right? At kill zone. And I've seen Rubicon, right? The Russian premier drone operators operations center. I did an in-focus video on them on my own channel a couple of months ago. They put out lists over the weekend that are just video after video after video after video after video after, just ad nauseum, just stretching whole pages worth of FPV video footage, and it's all manpower. And what it is them hunting down Kiev regime troops one by one that are attempting to slip out through that 1 kilometer gap, usually at night. Most of those are, done with night vision, thermal imaging. And I mean, that's grim even for me. I don't want to watch that because it's so desperate. It's so bad. I mean, of course they have to do that. If they surrendered, the situation would be different, but they're not surrendering, right? Which means they're going to come back again someday, and they could kill you or the guy next to you, right? So if they're not surrendering, even if they're running away, they have to be dealt with, no matter the circumstances. But whoever the Kiev regime's military and political leadership that first of all waited so long for to attempt to extract them, never, right? They never ordered a retreat. A retreat has never been ordered in Pokrovsk. And then just refusing to order them to lay down their weapons and surrender in a hopeless situation, right? Where they're probably out of ammunition, they're out of food, they're out of water, right? They're for all intents and purposes completely physically surrounded. It's an absolutely hopeless situation, and it shows it shows the ideological zeal in the Kiev regime's political leadership, and it does not bode well for any conception that there could be a diplomatic end to this conflict. At any point down the road.
The Russians just wait them out until they do surrender. The Russians eventually invade. What
no, they have to stay. They're just going to have to take it all.
No, what I mean is, like, while those men are effectively boxed in, let's say 10,000 men in Kupiansk in Pokrovsk.
Oh, they clear them bit by bit. Right? Yeah, those
slowly encroach.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, identify them. They'll bring down the buildings if necessary. Hopefully they can target, them smaller than that. They'll target them with drones, artillery, and then eventually, if there's anything left, then they'll go in and clear room by room. That's one of the reasons why it takes so long. I mean, people are always, why Russia? Why doesn't Russia finish it earlier? Why, like they're intentionally dragging it out. I mean, it's sometimes a combination of attention deficit disorder, way too much Hollywood and Call of Duty, and just not a conception about the correlation of forces, that no matter how many advantages Russia has, that ultimately things still need to be slogged out on the ground with a troop of an opponent that is largely not surrendering, right? Now, part of that reason they're not surrendering is quite obviously, I've seen enough videos of it, that they kill anyone of their own who tries to surrender, right? If not right there, then with drones, as they attempt to do so, or artillery, or I've even seen HIMARS used to do that, which means the Americans were fully participating in it. They'll do anything, but you still have to go room by room, building by building, settlement by settlement, room by room, and Ukraine is a big country. People don't have an idea of that. And while Russia has an advantage in manpower and an advantage in drones and an advantage in artillery and fabs and that, everything, NATO is still providing enough support to their proxy forces here that it is still a war of attrition, right? It takes time. That's the realities of modern, or I don't know if we're in modern warfare or are we in future warfare.
Like I'm not sure. This seems like postmodern, especially with the new missile systems that Russia is putting out. These things are like science fiction. Like if you saw them in a science fiction movie, you'd be impressed. This is not a science fiction movie. This is real world phenomena. I mean, when Pokrovsk falls, in fact, all of these locations are going to fall. Pokrovsk, Leningrad, Kupiansk, Seversk, etc. When these fall in order like this, do you think there are going to be political consequences as a result of losing these territories back to back to back to back in this way?
I mean, not that we think of as political consequences. I mean, I question what will be the damage to Zelensky's obviously eroding grasp of sanity. That I question. But it's not like the Kiev regime has politics as normal. They have been an ineffective dictatorship, right? For years now. Even within the Maidan milieu, Zelensky has long shut down even any other potential Maidan political opponents. Over the last few weeks, he's been going after even anyone who dares having an outside his immediate approval. They went after the mayor of Odessa and stripped him of citizenship over obviously false pretexts that at one point he had Russian citizenship, when the truth is that every Kiev regime official, every one of these people has citizenships in multiple countries, right? Right. Ukraine, Russia, Cyprus, Israel, usually in several countries. But they use that to go after him. And when questioned about that, Zelensky says, "I don't care if they were fake." He literally said that.
What?
I said, "I don't care if the reasons we went after him were false."
What?
Yes. So, I mean, and the Western media has even reported about this, right? Politico did a piece on it over the last week about his growing authoritarianism. I'm like, well, that's nice of you to have finally noticed, but that's only within the scope, of course, of the Maidan Milieu, when they were going after the entire eastern half of the country's politics that didn't agree with the Maidan, and banning dozens of political parties and shutting down media outlets and declaring the leaders of half a dozen political parties with treason and everything else. They didn't question the authoritarianism, right? But when it's against other potential pro-Western political forces within the Maidan Milieu, then suddenly someone recognizes the authoritarianism at work. So that it's just eating popcorn for me. As
what
far
is Dmitry Krylov doing in the United States?
I
am confused by why he's here. I got to be honest, why he's there, I should say. What is he trying to accomplish? I give me a take on this.
Yeah. I don't have the slightest idea what he's doing here, to be honest. Maybe, I don't know. I missed the Southern barbecue. Maybe he's there for.
Is that what it is?
Some barbecue, because there's no chance of anything diplomatic at this point. Quite obviously, if there was ever any chance, right, that has obviously been ended. What this whole farce was with. We're going to send Tomahawks. No, we're not going to send Tomahawks. But yes, we are. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Hey, let's meet in Budapest. Nope, sorry. Plans changed. I can't meet you in Budapest after you already, the person asking. It's such a farce. It's quite obvious that the Trump administration doesn't know what the hell they're doing. There's no agreement within the administration, much less between the administration and the blob, the deep state. Trump doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's desperate. He's scrambling. We heard him make comments over the weekend that Putin and Xi Jinping, they're tough guys. They're tough, smart guys, and they're not to be played games with. Well, what the hell have you been doing for the last 6 months? Because that's all you've been doing is playing games. And usually they haven't ended too well for you. But yeah, I mean, this administration's foreign policy is such an incoherent train wreck. And Dimitri Trenin did a piece that was. I'm not a huge fan of Dimitri Trenin as far as Russian foreign policy experts go. I think he was a little, but back, I remember when he was, one of the, shall we say, pro-Western Russian analysts, and he literally wrote a book, The Ends of Eurasia. The end of Eurasia, meaning the end of the idea of Eurasia as a geopolitical
just
concept.
the idea in general.
Idea of Eurasia, because it was obvious that Russia was going to be a part of the West, right? I mean, that was obvious. I remember, being incensed and just risible when he published that book. So anyway, I don't have a very high conception of the guy. He's tacked to the current political zeitgeist, and has rebranded himself as a patriot and even a Eurasianist of sorts. But he actually had a good piece. It was in the Russian media. It was reprinted in RT, and it talks about Trump's diplomacy. It was out a few days ago, so in the last week. But basically noting that Trump's foreign policy seems to be primarily driven by his own sense of vanity and narcissism and his pursuit of PR, right? And particularly domestically inclined,
Yes.
but rather than any type of coherent, foreign policy vision or anything like that. That his foreign policy is first and foremost about Trump, and how he can
Yes,
spin
kind
or take advantage of any given, situation.
I
That's
think Trump is
the prism through which he looks at the world.
that's true, but I think Trump is in a weird space. I mean, like under normal circumstances, the United States can impose its will. It can't do it here. It can't do it with China. And so it's like if you're no, have you ever played Street Fighter? Is Street Fighter 2? There was characters that would have one move where they could do like this knee kick, and you can take characters out with the knee kick. And imagine for the moment that you can't do the knee kick anymore, and you're like, okay, what do I do? I can't go to my go-to. My go-to is the bully. Okay, well, I can't bully the Russians. I can't bully the Chinese. And so what you end up with is him being cowed by the Chinese, where they effectively humiliate him, and he has to basically go back to this kind of status quo at a disadvantage. And with the
But
Russians,
you still have to strut around and declare victory, right?
exactly. That's my point, right? Like, so what you end up with is a foreign policy that's built purely, entirely on vanity. Oh, I'm going to have the Budapest summit. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to send the tomahawks. I'm not going to send the tomahawks. Meaning he's limited in regards to what he can do in a foreign policy sense. So the best that he got
but he's limited in all sorts of ways. Limits in the U.S. capability of as you said, enforcing its will on. I mean, it can still obviously do that. The number of countries that Trump gloated that lined up to literally, in his own words, kiss his ass, kiss my ass, right, over the question of tariffs, and now you have this, the challengers, right? That Russia,
Yes.
China, Iran, and he's also failed to exert his will on India, Indonesia, and others over the issues of trade and
Right.
so forth. But there's also limitations of what he can do via the deep state in the United States, right? Because they obviously, limit his there's an acceptable range of his foreign policy, shall we say, maverickism, right? That they will tolerate, and then there's outside the bounds, and obviously, having some type of détente with Russia was not within those bounds, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that they ordered him that he couldn't do that, but they have various levers of control and manipulation. And when they present policy options, it's A and B and C, and ends up having very little difference, and you don't ever get to choose D or E, right? I mean, they're not even presented. That's the way that type of control is done. John Bolton, Trump's previous official during his first administration, in his own book, he talked about and gloated and boasted about the way that they manipulated him, and that's from someone within his own administration, right? That he brought on, much less the rest of the blob, the deep state. So there's multiple ways at which what he can do is limited, both geopolitically and politically.
Interesting. Oh, I didn't read John Bolton's book. I didn't. That is a difficult mind to try to work your way through. I appreciate that you did it. And
you must know the mind of your enemy. I mean,
I get that, but Jesus, John Bolton is a lunatic. So no, I feel you on that one. Yeah, he's limited. He's in this box. It's like, all right, I can't bully him. If I get the tomahawks, Putin may respond in a way that's going to be overwhelming. So what do I do? Oh, I know, I dance. And so he becomes a spring chicken. Oh, I'll pass sanctions. I'll do that. That's what I'll do. He's limited. And so it comes across looking just garbled. Like Joe Biden, at the very least, had a direction that Joe Biden always wanted to go. Trump, he
or
doesn't.
Blinken and Sullivan had a direction that they wanted to go, and they got the auto pen to sign off in that direction, right?
right. Tell me about the sanctions. Will the sanctions have any real effect in Russia? I mean, I've heard some Russian analysts that made the argument that they were going to have some level of effect. No, they weren't going to.
The sanctions always have some level of effect, right? But Russia has long assumed that these sanctions were going to be imposed, evidently, and they already have workarounds, right? Now in some situations with some customers, they literally have to, work out the plans that they already have, right, to implement them, to go around. But this is what has always been done. The sanctions always are an inconvenience, right? They're never without any cost or any consequences, but ultimately the Indians are still buying Russian oil. They just placed big orders for December after these are due to come into effect, and have made various statements, that first of all, it's not even Russian oil that has been sanctioned. It's companies and transports. And as they pointed out, we don't buy our oil from the Russians. We buy our oil from middlemen, right? They've long planned for these things. They've already been buying, not directly from the Russians. We know, everyone knows that they're buying from the Russians, and everyone knows the Europeans are buying from them, which means the Europeans are buying from the Russians. Everyone's playing this shell game of middlemen, right? Everyone knows what's going on. But now they may need an extra layer of middlemen in there somewhere, right? That may be decided, right? And for India, in particular, China doesn't even care. For India, all right, it will involve. India has a little bit weaker, economic situation, but they still have enough room for maneuver, and they've got both they've got, several oil concerns, but the two primary is Reliant, which is Reliance, which is a privately owned oil company, and Indian Oil, which is their big state concern. And so they will be approaching, the problem of how to go around it, maybe slightly differently. But obviously those measures are already being put into place. Right. And primarily, there's different levels that India is operating here, but one of the levels that they're operating is below the issue of, say, geopolitics and sovereignty, and simply on, well, it's in our national and business interests to buy the oil that is cheaper. Right. That has been the Russian oil, and that is having that access to that oil has been our way of keeping energy prices down, which has helped to ameliorate the problems with inflation. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there's been a global inflation crisis, like global, right? Like for over a year now. Everyone's been dealing with it to one degree or another, and it has somewhat been isolated in India through the use of Russian energy. Right. And it's the Europeans who cut themselves off from Russian energy that are paying the extra cost on that particular one. But that has, of course, political effects, right? Because it helps the Modi, government, keep, their political advantage in the country, because the situation could be worse. Whereas in the United States, inflation and inevitably falls on those in power, and now that's Trump. So he's got midterm elections coming up, and he's gone to. I'm certain that he could, and I know there are plans for further Russian energy sanctions to complicate the matter further. This is not the end, right? This is just a first salvo, a first real salvo. There have been some slight sanctions since Trump came into office, very quietly, but this is the first real salvo. But it's certainly not the last one. Yeah, they've got more options.
And they screwed over Orban royally, his buddy
I
and
mean,
friend.
yeah, I mean, people talk about friendship. I mean, I don't know about all that. I don't know that statesmen are friends, right? I mean, not in a situation, like that. I mean, maybe if you regularly interact, like Putin and Xi Jinping do, you can speak of friendship, but there are no friends among statesmen, right? That's the interest. So I don't know about all that, but I mean, having any degree of trust in any U.S. leader, much less Donald Trump, I would say is a fool's game. And the only one you're fooling is yourself. So I don't know, what did you expect? You play the game of kowtowing to Trump and blowing smoke up his posterior and playing to his narcissism, and it works up until it doesn't. And Orban is now out in the cold on that one, and Trump said, yeah, he's my friend, and no, he's not getting an exemption. So,
right, yeah, that's brutal. Well, is there any is sending Krylev, does this mean that the Russians still believe that there's a deal somewhere on the table that could be had?
I have heard the suggestion that actually it was the Americans who asked Krylev to come.
Really?
Yes. Now, I
who made that suggestion? Because it seemed that he went immediately when the sanctions were passed and the Budapest summit was killed.
Yes, but there are, of course, people, even a minority, a fringe number of people within the United States, even within the MAGA movement, that would seek to improve relations with Russia. And I would imagine that it's those interests that has invited him. If that's the situation, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is there. I have not heard about him speaking with Trump or or JD Vance or anyone who could conceivable matter, but I don't know who else that would be, frankly, because. But other than that, I really can't honestly tell you. I do not get the sense that this is, some type of Kremlin attempt to reach out one last time to the Trump administration. The statements by Putin hasn't mentioned Trump by name in a couple of weeks now. And in all of Putin's recent public engagements, he has not talked about any diplomatic process whatsoever.
So does that mean that they have finally come to the conclusion the United States is, let's say, diplomacy adverse to anything short of us?
Diplomacy incapable. Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's people within the Kremlin that have long held that view. In fact, I know there's people within the Kremlin, within the Russian decision-making bodies, within, the Russian National Security Council, which is, the Politburo. Because Putin, is quite obviously first, shall we say, among equals. I don't even know if it's first among equals, but he doesn't have complete power in Russia, however. People might try to present it otherwise. And the Russian National Security Council functions. These are the major, not only on military, but foreign policy, and increasingly even on domestic issues. It is the figures who are within the National Security Council that are the political decision makers in Russia. And Putin is first at that table, but he's not the only one. And I think that Putin, has been his cautious, people, in the West have continually talked about, oh, we get rid of Putin, and then that'll be it. And of course, the reality is Putin is among the most, the most moderate, the potentially, the one of those who is willing to have some type of accommodation with the West. There are plenty of others who are not at all. That hope of Putin's of some type of diplomatic settlement to this, right? I think has gone up in smoke. And Putin, if he still has those views, is now cognizant enough of what the situation is, not to even talk about it in public anymore, because it actually decreases his credibility and approval as a leader at this point, because the Russian people have had enough of this games with Trump. They are impatient, and they why are we doing this? Why are we bothering to play this game? Why is Putin still being polite to him? And why don't we send Dmitri Medvedev to negotiate with him? I mean, that's the attitude that I think has been rising up. The Russian public, the Russian media, and in a considerable portion of the actual Russian decision-making elite, that have long held that particular view. Lavrov and Shoigu and others.
So does that affect the way the war is prosecuted?
Sure. I mean, it has to. I mean, I believe it was always headed in that direction, that was an inevitability. But now it's I think clearer that there's simply not going to be any alternatives. In last week, domestically, Russia passed a law allowing the calling up of reservists, which has not been done since 2022, right? Russia's military there was one call up of reservists in the autumn of 2022, when it became clear that the initial Istanbul communique was another Minsk hoax, being played on the Russians, and that there was going to be no diplomatic settlement. There never was intended to be one, and that it was going to be a bitter proxy war against all of NATO and the collective West. Then Russia, having not mobilized and sending a very small intervention force, 150,000, right, which was already outnumbered by the regular Ukrainian military by 100,000, and the Kiev regime mobilized on paper 1 million people over those few months, and Russia did nothing. And then they had to withdraw from Kherson and Kherson City and Kharkov, right? To shorten their lines while they began the process of beginning a contract campaign to recruit people. But they had to call up 300,000 military reservists out of 2 million. And they did so. But that was the last reservists they've called up. But last week, they passed a law in the Duma, signed off by the president, allowing them at some point to call up more reservists. And this is specifically for the purpose, right now, at least that's what's being talked about, of defending Russia's infrastructure, their oil refineries and other things.
I see.
Right. And that, of course, would free up Russian troops to be used in Ukraine. Right. And I don't believe that's the last such measure, because the Russian military is perfectly capable of finishing the special military operation in Donbass, and probably in Kherson and Zaporozhye, and maybe even the entire West Bank, right, the East Bank of the Dnieper River. But to go beyond that, Russia's going to need more. The volunteer contract soldier pool will probably not be enough, and they'll probably have to call up, I don't know, another 1 million reservists at some point, if they have to occupy all of Ukraine.
Which is part of the reason for that law. Because Russia, correct me if I'm wrong, Russia already had another 300,000 waiting in reserve that they weren't using.
They still do. I mean, I have not heard, the Financial Times reported on that, and I have not heard that they have been used yet. So I don't know whether they have or not, but I haven't heard anything about it. But yeah, beyond that, they'll still need more. Of course, Ukraine is a big country.
Wow. Speaking of that, the two new missile systems, the Poseidon, which again, terrifying weapon, and the
Burevestnik.
Burevestnik. Thank you.
Burevestnik means storm petrel, a type of bird.
The type of bird. It came from a poem. I was educated on that by Jeff Rich, where he was explaining the poem to me. That was this kind of workers.
Yeah, a good way of translating it, for if you're not familiar with birds. I'm a birder myself, so Stormbringer.
Yeah, Stormbringer. Yeah,
Stormbringer. Yeah. That's a good way of thinking, because the petrel in folklore is a bird associated with heralding storms. So
Stormbringer. So why are these weapons introduced? What was the entire point of displaying and deploying these weapons now?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, these weapons have long been, they were announced back in 2018, by President Putin, that they were in development, or in military terms, the final stages of development. But now it's been very publicly announced that they're going into production and deployment, which is, of course, meaning they are fully completed. But they were obviously as a response to the U.S. idea of escalating militarily with the Tomahawk. That was, I mean, it's pretty blatantly obvious that was the warning. It's not that Russia is afraid of the Tomahawk as a system. They're not, right? The Tomahawk is a 1980s Top Gun. It was a good cruise missile back then, and I'm sure it's received updates by now, but it's nowhere even close as advanced as the Storm Shadow or the Scalp, and Russia has dealt with them as it's dealt with the ATACMS, the ground launched small diameter bomb, and everything else that the U.S. has thrown. That headline out of the Western media last year: the West's high tech weapons work against Russia until they don't, right? Until Russia adapts, right? Until Russian electronic warfare and air defenses, quickly develop a profile and adapt, and then those weapons are useless hunks of metal floating through space without any GPS signal, or actually physically shot down. So the Tomahawk does have a longer range than the Storm Shadow or the Scalp, right? But it is a slower, heavier, less stealthy weapon. Russians aren't terribly, I don't think they're terribly impressed with it. It's more of just having, on a political level, to take in the possibility that there is theoretically the possibility that they could be equipped with a nuclear warhead, and there's no way to tell. I mean, I don't believe that the U.S. would fire a nuclear tipped cruise missile, at Moscow. Not in this situation, but the Russian military can't be so sanguine and just accepting and assuming that. But more than that, it's, again, we're back to where we were in December of last year, when Joe Biden's corpse was still in the White House. And Blinken and Sullivan were firing ballistic missiles into Russia, and Russia was about ready to respond until Donald Trump, as the incoming president, spoke up and said, "That's crazy. I would never do that. That's World War III." And then they're like, "All right, hold. All right, this crew is shuffling out in a month here. We'll wait for our response." And Trump didn't do it. Didn't fire missiles. Up until now, right? And even the Storm Shadows and Scalps, which have to, require U.S. satellite data, stopped until 2 or 3 weeks ago now. So that to get back to that level of escalation, Russia doesn't want the West openly firing missiles. I mean, let's drop the fig leaf, the pretext that they would provide the weapons to the Kiev regime, right? Trump said it himself openly now that it would require American specialists to fire these weapons, right? So let's just dispense with that entire, long-held fig leaf, right? That would be the United States. That would effectively be Donald Trump himself pushing the big red button firing missiles into Russia, and that is a political escalation that Russia cannot, cannot accept. So they unveiled these weapons in a very public way, and these are interesting weapons. I've heard them referred to in the New York Times as science fiction weapons. I've heard them referred to as exotic weapons.
Doomsday weapons.
Doomsday weapons, right?
Yeah.
Certainly the Poseidon. I mean, if it can really do what they say and create a radioactive tsunami to inundate not just one city but an entire coast, that sort of thing. To me, the most interesting capability that they are both capable of, right? First of all, they're obviously meant. They were created after and as a response to the U.S. pulling out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty back in 2003 unilaterally, and beginning the construction of missile defense in Romania and Poland. And Putin warned at Munich in 2007, and since then, you do that, and we will have to take steps to return strategic parity, right? Because that is, even if not now, that is in some future time when you actually get that missile defense to work properly, some level of remove from strategic parity that we cannot allow. And we'll have to develop missile systems that any missile defense you erect cannot affect. And the response to that is systems like the Burevestnik and the Poseidon and a few others. And that is the culmination. That was a decision by the U.S. and the inevitable response by Russia. And here is the fruit of all of that. It has now come. And that whole missile defense thing hasn't really worked out very well. But the answer to it did, right? The truth of the matter is it's always easier to build a missile that can avoid defense than to build defense that, as a recent movie put it, a bullet knocking a bullet out of the sky, right?
Yeah.
It's always more expensive and more difficult. But to me, the most interesting is both of these missile systems can be recalled. They're loitering.
Really?
Yes, yeah, you can fire.
No, they loiter because they can
loiter, right? But if you're not going to fire them, you can bring them home then, right?
So you can just have them flying around the world like a
doing circles over the Arctic, whatever, until you fire them. Now here's to me the interesting situation. Let's say in a theoretical exercise that a Tomahawk has been launched towards Moscow out of Kiev regime-controlled territory in Ukraine, right? And the Russian government doesn't know what that warhead is. Let's say they can't stop it. Let's say, right? They've got moments to decide. Is this a potential first strike, right? Is this meant to be a decapitation strike, right? Should we respond with at least one nuclear strike of our own, right? Or however many missiles are hurtling their way? That is a moral decision, and it is an impossible decision to make.
Yeah.
You no longer have to make that decision because you can fire a Burevestnik or a Poseidon and it can do turns. And if it turns out that you bring it down or that it's not nuclear tipped, then you can just bring those babies home and park them in the garage. That is a huge strategic ability that is escaping a lot of people.
I mean, Mark, that's still terrifying. I mean, because the situation that you're posing.
World. It's more terrifying to think that you might have to fire weapons that you couldn't bring home.
No, agreed. 1,000% agreed. But under this premise, a missile is headed towards Moscow. Moscow doesn't know if that's nuclear tipped or not. A Berezhnik is in the sky. It's heading towards a particular target with a nuclear payload. And if that missile hits and it says, okay, well, this is not a nuclear missile, then the nuclear tip missile that is headed towards some target can be brought back to Moscow. That still means that a nuclear tip missile was effectively launched at a target.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Jesus.
That's why I say that is a new capability. No one else has that capability. That's impressive. And they can loiter, right? They can loiter like a loitering munition for hours, days, weeks, right? Theoretically.
Yeah.
Like, especially in a location like the Arctic where there's no one there and there's no ability to bring them down, right? You know, that's amazing. And they can go identify, you know, U.S. or, you know, Western air defense, you know, and satellite can identify that air defense, you know, even if it's a ship, right, with missile defense capacity moved to intercept the flight path of that cruise missile, well, then they just do a wide turnaround, you know, and do an extra spin around South America if they have to, you know, whatever is necessary to avoid that defense. These are amazing. And it's possible that the Poseidon has actually been finished earlier, and the main problem was a submarine capable of launching them. And that is why the Khabarovsk has been launched this weekend. This is Russia's newest nuclear submarine that was just launched this weekend. Remember, Russia's running out of everything. Apparently not Poseidons and brand spanking new Behemoth nuclear stealthy nuclear submarines. And supposedly the Khabarovsk is specifically designed to deliver the Poseidon and can carry up to 6 of them.
Jesus. So you're talking about basically Britain is toast. Various countries on the coast are toast.
The whole eastern seaboard, you know. I mean,
yeah, Virginia, DC,
yep.
Baltimore, Florida.
I have a fondness for Boston. I lived there. That's where I met my wife, actually. So I would spare Boston, but
they're fair game also, Mark. They're fair game also, Mark.
They are. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a hell of a capability. I mean, they put me in mind of the droplet in 3 Body, where these things could just hover and fly and fly forever.
My favorite response was Trump saying, you know, he was reacting angrily about, you know, and so he hears about it, and then he immediately orders new nuclear weapons testing, right? Saying that, oh, the Russians and the Chinese are testing nukes. We're going to blow off some nukes. Well, okay, that's false, right? Because Russia and China haven't tested a nuclear weapon. This is you responding to Russia developing new systems, but they still haven't tested a nuclear weapon. These are delivery platforms. It is very different in those terms. But I have to blow up some nukes because I feel testosterone deficient now that you've presented these weapons. So he feels insecure. So he's going to blow off a few nukes, although they may be walking that back right now. But he said that we don't need to go 8,000 miles, you know, like the Burevestnik, which can actually go far more than that. He says, we've got submarines parked right off Russia's coast. We don't need to go 8,000 miles. Well, that's great, except that Russia also has submarines parked right off your coast.
Right.
And they're every bit as capable and stealthy, if not more so than yours, because Russia has forgotten aircraft carriers and everything else and focused most of their naval efforts on their submarine force. And they are top notch, and they have the Burevestnik and the Poseidon. So, you know, on top of that, and you don't have those. That's the end of the line. Yeah. So that was obviously a signal, and you know we're again receiving mixed signals because there was this weird statement supposedly coming out of the Pentagon which I don't believe for a second, right? I mean, the Pentagon just doesn't make declarations. This was a political decision from the White House to release this information, that the Pentagon was allowing the delivery of Tomahawk. Like that was ever really a question, you know. But that tells to me that the Trump administration has not completely shelved the idea of the Tomahawks, and that this argument, such as it is, still rages in the White House. They haven't given up on that 100%.
I don't think they have. I don't think they will, frankly. I guess the
Oh,
last
I don't think
question.
they will, and I think primarily they shouldn't, because it just wouldn't help them at all. I mean, it's not that good of a weapon system. They don't have it in enough numbers to make any difference. And how would you launch it? I mean, there's that question as well, right? I mean, it's primarily a ship and air launched cruise missile.
Yeah.
You've got what? The U.S. has 2 functioning Typhoon systems, unless they have some smaller, cheaper, less advanced ground-based launch platform. You know, we've seen them presented at certain weapons expos, right? You know, that we're ready to make them. Does the U.S. government already have a number of those? We don't know that, right? But publicly, what we know is the U.S. has 2 advanced ground-based launch systems, the Typhoons, and that's all they have so far. And those things are mobile, but only just. I mean, they're not off-road vehicles, right? And they would have to stick to roads and so forth. I just cannot see the U.S. delivering those to Ukraine. You know, Russia has demonstrated the capability repeatedly to strike anywhere in Ukraine, right, with hypersonic missiles or anything else it needs to respond immediately to a situation. You know, the time frame between identifying a target and dropping an Iskander on it is phenomenally short now. I just don't. It's not practical. You know, even in logistical terms, to send it, much less effectiveness, much less Russia's response to it. You know, I think the Trump administration should hang up on the first, you know, just the logistical practicality of sending and using it, much less its effectiveness, much less Russia's response.
Well, that leads to, I guess, my last question, having to do with, well, why expose these 2 new weapon systems? I mean, for all intents and purposes, agreed that the issue is not necessarily the capability of the Tomahawk. It's the principle behind this idea of firing missiles in Russia in the first place. But they're disclosing 2 strategic.
Okay, they've already disclosed them. I mean, it has been known for years that these systems were in development. And I'm sure that Western U.S. intelligence gets some type of idea of how far along they are in the development and deployment process as well, right? I mean, U.S. has intelligence. This was a public political declaration, right, that is shoving these weapons in Trump's face, right? Even though they know they're already there, they know that Trump doesn't even read his intelligence, doesn't get his intelligence briefs, that because he doesn't. I mean, we've heard that from people within his own administration, right? He gets maybe 1 or 2 intelligence briefs a week, right? And then they have to be presented in big pictures, right? Because he doesn't actually read anything. Right. They're making sure that Trump knows.
But the belief is that, I mean, they would have to believe that the United States or that Russia will be willing to use these in response to Tomahawks being used.
I don't even believe that, but
I don't believe that either. That's my point. Precisely my point. How is it a deterrence if there's no belief that the weapon will be used in that context?
That it is still a potential, right? And militaries always have to deal in potentials rather than, you know, they can't automatically assume that for political reasons something won't be used, right? They always have to have contingency as the primary motivation. So there's that. And the very fact that they're talking about it on Fox News makes it a certainty that Trump actually hears it and has to consider it.
Fair enough. Basically, this is stuff that they have to think about, whether they believe it's going to be used or not. It adds additional, let's say, numbers to the equation.
Yeah, it does, right? It's not a guarantee, because, like I said, I don't believe that the U.S. that Russia would fire a Burevestnik if the U.S. fires a Tomahawk at a target in you know, Rostov or wherever. I don't believe it. But you want to deter that from happening, and this helps create a big picture view for the Americans that they can't ignore. So hopefully, you know, that is again, it's not a certainty, but hopefully it adds to the deterrence equation.
Mark Sleboda, International Relations Security Analyst. You can follow Mark on Boosty, Boosty, at Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda. You can find him on his YouTube channel, also Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda. Definitely check Mark out. He is fantastic. I always call him the best in the business, and I mean it. Mark, always fantastic breakdown, man. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
You have a good one. All right. Great breakdown from Mark. Always a great breakdown from Mark. All right. I was hoping that Dimitri would join. That's not his fault. That's me booking the guest and then telling the guest he doesn't have to show up until Wednesday, and then say, hey, wait, if you want to show up, you can do so. So that's on me. That's not on Dimitri. He will be here this week. He was going to join at 9, but Caleb already agreed to book before he got to the point of joining for the day. So we have a good 50 minutes together, give or take. Look, if you guys dig the content and you find yourself coming back here often, like, share, subscribe to the content, subscribe to the channel. All of those things are benefits to the channel. If you really dig the content, if you really find yourself coming back here often and you want to be a super supporter, you can be a member. So you can definitely join memberships. You can give through Super Chat, Super Stickers, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee. Oh, Jesus, there's so many of these things. PayPal, Patreon, Super Sticker, Buy Me a Coffee, and chats. And let's go to the chat, speaking of it right now. In response to Dr. Powell, I don't think he's a doctor. He sounds like a doctor, but I don't think he's a doctor. In response to Powell, in China, AI is for improved robotics and civil engineering projects, but the United States, AI is used to replace actual women and OnlyFans with AI women. Yeah, laugh, 66. You heard that, right? When he said, I was like, what? Wait, said it again? So it sounded like he was saying that initially the goal was we want artificial general intelligence. Artificial general intelligence is basically, if you ever watch Black Mirror, and those chips with they pull it out of somebody's head, and then at that point, it's an individual, it's a person. The person is indistinguishable from the other person in the context of the person themselves. Like they don't know that they're a different entity, even though they're made of zeros and ones. They're effectively a digital imprint of the person who they pulled the chip from. They're trying to create that artificial general intelligence, where you can say, hey, go write me up a resume and send it off to 50 people for a radio job. And it will go out and do that. Hey, go write me a resume and order me a pizza. Go sign up for, what is the thing called? The thing where you're trying to meet people. What is it called? What is Tinder? Go write me a Tinder account. Give me a 6-pack. Give me a bulge. And put me with no shirt. And say, I'm fantastic. Make something up that's great for me to try to attract some female or somebody for me. Like, meaning they want this capability of being able to create a random intelligence that can effectively function like a human being and function in cyberspace in that way. Okay, well, good luck with that. The large language models that they're using are interesting, but that's not necessarily going to get you artificial general intelligence. And oftentimes what they're doing is they're training AI to do specific objectives, like robotics. So let's say, for example, I need a robot that can play basketball. All right. Well, I can't really program that into a robot. Like, how do you program play basketball into a robot? What they've ended up doing is trial and error. All right. We want you to shoot the ball. So there's a ball and shoot it. If you make it, that's a success. And you mark it down as a success. If you miss it, you mark it down as a failure. And you keep doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so after, 1,000 hours of you effectively doing this, there will be certain moves, patterns, motions, etc., that are more successful than other patterns, in which case those will be the patterns that it effectively lives on, as opposed to the patterns that weren't successful. You're effectively training it like a toddler. That is not artificial general intelligence. That's not the same thing as go order me a pizza or go fill out job applications or go, find the cheapest trip to this particular location under these parameters. Those are different things. And so what it seems that they've fallen back on is we need to make money on this. How do we make money? I know. Instead of artificial general intelligence, let's just get basic intelligence for perverts and use AI that looks good. I mean, some of those things actually look like human beings. If you're ever on Instagram, and as you're looking at the thing, some of those things look like people. And you can even get these AI images, like the overweight person who's on the cannonball and pulls down the entirety of the house. Okay, that woman looks real. The video looks real. The footage looks almost indistinguishable from real life. Okay, so we need to turn that into porn and let people buy that. And we can make a profit. Who needs artificial general intelligence? Yeah, porn. That's wild to me that's what they're trying to convert that into. That's pretty wild. Or for that matter, getting rid of workers, right? I know at the basic level I was a mid-level engineer. And as I pointed out before, I've created programs that did the job better than the people that were there. Because programs do things better than human beings sometimes. If I'm a human being and I have a list of things, and I have to go through the list, and I have to find very specific items in that list. And after I find very specific items in that list, I did need to type those things in. Okay, I'm going to suck at that in comparison to a computer that can just do it flawlessly. My algorithm may be off. Fair enough. But if my algorithm is not off, it's going to do it flawlessly. Whereas a person, they get blue, they need coffee, their ex sends them something that pisses them off, meaning they miss stuff just because they're human beings. Whereas a computer may not. And you add that to creation of websites, you add that to medicine, you add that to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can think of a list of things where computers may be able to pull off, if not replace, definitely, let's say, cut out a large number of those people that are doing their jobs. Look at your shopping counters. In the old days, you used to go into a grocery store. There may be 10 counters, and there's a person and a bagger, depending on where you are. If you're in Europe, they're assholes about it in Europe. They're just, and you look at them like, and your stuff just stays there. You'd be like, dude, are you going to bag my stuff? Would you like to buy a bag? I have to buy a bag? It's a cultural experience, right? But that checkout counter in the States have gotten less and less and less, to the point where the number of counters that you have now that are effectively automated are more than the number of counters that you have that are manned. Same thing with burger counters. I mean, I know in the States it may be a little bit different, but in Europe, in other countries, you walk up to the thing, you put in your order, and then you go and pick your order up. You don't need the person at the counter in the way that you needed before. Think of automated cars. Same thing. You would have a car that would be able to drive from point A to point B, hauling, let's say, huge luggage going on a highway when you don't have that many stops or don't many exits and everything else. And maybe you need a driver that gets you on street driving. Maybe. But at a certain point, you're not even going to need that. Think of the number of taxi drivers. Think of the number of truckers. Think of the number of cashiers. Just that segment of the population alone, hundreds of thousands of people within 20 years out of work. That's a new world. That's a new society. I don't hate that society because from my point of view, human beings shouldn't be doing that stuff anyway. But we need to work because we need to make a living. The catch becomes, does your society, or is it capable of making that transition in an elegant way? Or are we going to be typical America and have people effectively out of work and fighting for scraps? It's that part. Will it be an elegant transition? And by the way, this will affect even China. I know they're using it for civil engineering, meaning their factories and everything else, labor, factories, etc. And a lot of people are going for, let's say, tech jobs and scientific jobs because they're going to have to be able to program that stuff, work at those factories alongside of the technology itself, meaning their society is transitioning in a way to try to accommodate the, let's say, the adjustments of scientific progress in a way that we may not be. We'll see. That's going to be a new world. That's going to be a new world. That's going to be a completely new norm. That's going to be a completely new world. Everybody can't learn the code. It's not that simple. Coding is not easy. Not everybody's brain works that way. Like in coding, you are dealing with digital representation of real world phenomena. It's like, what? You're working with digital representation of real world phenomena. You're creating objects, and that's assuming that they're still using object-oriented code programming. When I was there, they were using object-oriented programming. Let's say if you have a dog, you make a program that mimics a dog, and you use the object of a dog in your program, as opposed to using the individual items associated with software. It changed from, going back to basic C to C++, to C#, VB.NET, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it will change into something else at some point. I'm saying not everybody can do that. Not everybody's brain works that way. And not everyone wants to do that. Yeah, there will be a transition in our society. And I don't know what that transition looks like. And right now, we seem remarkably incapable of effectively dealing with it. We have certain ideas. And some of those ideas are, if you don't work, you're lazy. Okay, well, what happens when you don't need people to work? Like, as opposed to having people work bullshit jobs, you give them a universal basic income. Figure out something else to do. I would rather pay that guy to do something. I would rather pay that guy to do nothing than to do something that is a detriment to the society itself, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it will be an interesting transition, but that transition is coming. It will be purely a profitable enterprise for that transition to take place. Meaning, how do I maximize my profit? Oh, I know. Get rid of human beings, because human beings are expensive. And if I can get rid of human beings and just have code, well, I can own that code. And that code can work 24/7 if I need it to work 24/7. It's not going to bitch, not going to complain. It's not going to have a girlfriend that cheated on him. It's not going to have a boyfriend that cheated on her. It's not going to do any of those things. It would just go and it would just function and focus on the task. Full stop. It may not be able to make a great croque monsieur, or it may not be able to make a great steak. But for much of the other stuff, it will be able to pull off, in which case those people will lose their jobs. Lab 66 agreed. Even porn will be under pressure. Even porn. Even porn. Porn can't escape it. So yeah, there's that. Look, one of the other things I wanted to hit. Yeah, I'm going to hit this with Caleb when Caleb gets here. But Tulsi Gabbard. Well, two things. One, the election is coming up, but I'm going to wait to cover the election until tomorrow, because Sabrina is going to be on the show tomorrow, and Ted Rawl is going to be on the show to do the election coverage on Thursday. So is Professor Wolf. So that should be good. So I'm not going to preempt that. But this, do you remember when Tulsi Gabbard came out and was saying stuff like this?
They've doubled down on their position. The United States has a disastrous history of military intervention and regime change around the world, which has brought suffering to millions of people. It's bankrupted our country, dishonored our troops, and it's undermined our national security. We must end this policy now before we get into yet another military conflict, this time in Venezuela. Now, President Trump and his administration have already instituted heavy sanctions on Venezuela. They've doubled down on their position that all options are on the table. I wholeheartedly support the Venezuelan people as they fight for a free and fair democracy. But the United States should not be in the business of intervening, of picking who should lead their country, and we certainly should not be threatening military action.
Now, that same Tulsi Gabbard is in the administration that is doing just that. They're in the administration that is doing just that. Tulsi Gabbard also came out recently and pointed out, Director of National Intelligence. She says, the former American strategy for regime change is over. We're out of regime change. We're not doing that no more. The Trump administration has, he He's not into regime change. He's not into knocking over governments in the way that the previous administration was doing. We are doing something fundamentally different. We are not Joe Biden. We are not the previous United States in the way that the U.S. used to operate. Okay, that's shocking to me. For one, it would be shocking to Iran, because if you remember, the Trump administration was trying to knock over the Iran government when Israel first attacked in the 12-day war. What was the objective? The objective was regime change. And Donald Trump, and the comments that Donald Trump was making, made it clear that the point that they were trying to accomplish was regime change. Donald Trump was silly enough to believe that they were able to knock over the Iranian government with this kind of blunt force attack, the surprise sneak attack. Unfortunately, it didn't work. This is what, if you remember, what Donald Trump was putting out at the time of that attack. It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? Make America great again. Make Iran great again. I'm sorry. He had no issue when they were attacking Iran. And the objective was to take down the Iranian government that was under the Trump administration, using Israel as a battering ram to do it. And now you have this taking place. This is staging for an attack on Venezuela, where the Marines are effectively training in jungle warfare. Okay, let's just shut that up. That's what they're training for. How does this comport with what Tulsi Gabbard is saying here? How? And how does she not resign? Now, some people would say, well, Tulsi Gabbard is fighting the good fight inside the administration. Okay, I don't know how they would know that. I don't know why they would know that, but fair enough. And to be fair to Tulsi Gabbard, initially there was conflicts that was taking place within the administration because Gabbard seemed to, let's say, be pushing in one direction and the Trump administration seemed to be pushing in another. But it seemed that Gabbard got her mind right and it's fallen in line. Now, when she put that comment out, this is stuff that Donald Trump would say, but this is not necessarily stuff that Donald Trump would do. Meaning Trump would say, I've signed 50 peace deals. I've settled all the conflicts that have ever taken place over the course of history. Me, Trump, I've done that. Okay, all of this is nonsense, right? And even I've settled peace in the Middle East forever. There hasn't been peace for 5,000 years. And I, Donald Trump, have settled peace in the Middle East. Okay, this is nonsense. This is the most violent peace, quote unquote, that I've ever seen in my life, with Israel killing 100 people over the course of a day. And that seemingly still call it a ceasefire. All of it is nonsense. It's just unfortunate that Tulsi has been pulled into this particular orbit where now, whereas before, I am against regime change in Venezuela, and yet she is part of an administration that seems to be doing everything in its power to overthrow the government of Venezuela. How the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen. Now, you could say this is just a pressure campaign by the United States. But as I keep pointing out, you lie to start wars. You tell the truth to end wars, or at the very least to come to some kind of honest association with the individual that you're effectively dealing with. If you are arguing that Venezuela, Colombia, potentially even Cuba are somehow narco states, and as narco states, you have the right to overthrow those narco states, or at the very least oppose the leaders of those quote unquote narco states, you're lying through your teeth. You're just lying. The boats and the people that Trump were murdering. And I hate the fact when mainstream media says alleged drug boats. Just call them what they are. Donald Trump is murdering people in the Caribbean. That's the way it needs to be reported, because that's the honest to God truth about it. those boats can't even make it to the United States, let alone the idea that they're carrying drugs. Trump is just murdering people in the Caribbean Ocean. That's what he's doing. Well, it's not ocean, but in the Caribbean. The point that I'm trying to make here is the fact that Gabbard is still a part of this administration. And Gabbard hasn't said, I'm out because I don't support this policy of regime change. The military gentleman who was running point on this, the black guy, who quit his job. He quit his job because he didn't want to be responsible for carrying out illegal orders and murdering people in the Caribbean, and a policy that he knew was a lie. We have lived through weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, where we sent the U.S. military for an illegal war in Iraq, where the Bush administration effectively wanted to reshape the Middle East through U.S. power, using this pretext of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Whether it's weapons of mass destruction, whether it's drugs, both of these things are lies. And in one case, we've lived through it, which should give us context for the second case, that we're being lied into a war. Now, Marco Rubio seems to be running point on this particular war. And this doesn't absolve Donald Trump, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is effectively the one who's given the order in allowing Marco Rubio to carry point on this particular issue. But Gabbard, who's a part of this administration, should resign if indeed she's against this particular policy in the way that she was during the first Trump administration. Will she do that? One second. Okay, I'm trying to get Dimitri on. Okay, I'm trying to get Dimitri on. There's a time change in the States. Time change in the States always creates contradictions in the way that the guests, I put it this way, on the radio station, we always had screw-ups on those days. But we'll see. I'm hoping he can join us now. But we'll see how that goes. The other story that we need to hit, if this would close, and if we can bounce back to that story. The other story we need to hit, beyond Tulsi, has to do, well, and one more thing before I leave up that story. This. Trump is being wishy-washy. And I have to expect that he's being wishy-washy for reasons. Trump says Maduro days are numbered, doubts the United States will go to war with Venezuela. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. And if you notice, Trump's typical motif, his go-to, is to lull whoever he's dealing with into a sense of security before attacking that person. Now, the fact that you have military that are murdering people in the Caribbean, the fact that you're building up a new base in Puerto Rico, it's an old base, but you're effectively rejuvenating that particular base, and you're carrying out military drills of attacking a Caribbean country through jungle warfare. For you to say, yeah, we probably won't go to war, but who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But Maduro days are numbered. How is his days are numbered if indeed you're not going to depose him? Now, obviously, Trump would want the easy win. He would want somebody in country to do so, which is why he has a bounty on his head. And he would probably hope that the pressure that is being put militarily will have some kind of effect on effecting that particular change. Both of those things are true. But let's say neither one of those things work. Then what? That's the catch, right? If neither of those things work, then what? Now, the reporting came out that Marco Rubio has convinced Trump that the best way to deal with Venezuela is to effectively secure the resources of Venezuela militarily. No. We don't want Maduro to go in the sense of Maduro just leaving. We don't want Maduro to just give up the oil and give up the resources. We don't want that. We need to militarily occupy Venezuela, and we need to be able to secure the resources of that particular country ourselves. That is the argument that Rubio's made to Trump, and that is the argument that Donald Trump has seemed to accept. All of them knows that drugs is not a real thing in Venezuela. They know it as a flat fact. It is the fig leaf that they are effectively using in order to try to create a pretext by which to go into Venezuela. All of the military buildup that is taking place is not for show. The military buildup is because they are obviously have plans on the table for them to try to invade. Now, the catch becomes, what is the military capability of Venezuela? What does the United States get itself bogged down into if indeed it goes into Venezuela? And there's a hell of a lot of resistance in Venezuela that the United States has pushed back against. And beyond all of this, this is obviously an illegal regime change war that the United States is involved in, as Tulsi Gabbard is openly and outwardly saying, we are no longer in the business of doing that. Okay. Let's simplify it. Let's just say yes. Oh, he's here. Excellent. Dimitri, you got my email. Excellent. Thank you for that. How you doing this morning, man? You doing all right?
I'm a little groggy, but otherwise I'm fine. How you doing?
Cool. What is a little groggy? Yeah, we've jumped forward. I'm sorry, we've fallen back in the States. So the time is a little bit off this morning, and I've been a little screwed up myself this morning. How you doing, man? Thank you for joining me. You doing all right?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you, Jamal?
Good. I'm glad that you could join me. Dimitri Lascaris, there we are. He is a lawyer, journalist, activist from Montreal, Quebec. He is also host of Reason to Resist, and he is also the one that beat a Zionist like a drum on the channel last week. I would like to point out that you won that by 89%. Do not ask me who that other percentage was. I don't know who those
were they undecided, or did they say that Daniel won?
It was weird, right? So I was hurrying up putting up the test, the quiz. And so it was like yes and no was already built into it. I couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. So I just put in who is the winner, Dimitri or Daniel. And I think it was like a few percentage says yes, a few percentage says no, and then the other percentage says Dimitri. And I think there might have been 1 or 2% for Daniel. And I'm like, who is this 2%? But it's always 2% for something, right?
Yeah.
It's like, would you like to have headlights? And it would be 2% that says, yes, I would love to have headlights.
By the way, I have to commend you, because afterwards I had the impression he did a lot more talking than me, but I actually checked, and it was pretty close, even though I don't think you were using a timer. So I think you did a very good job of moderating a difficult debate.
I did my best. I tried my best. I didn't want to overly get involved, but it is hard to get involved when you completely disagree with one of the guests. Like when it's like you're sitting here just like, all right, Dimitri. It's like you just want to say something. You want to get involved. I've never heard that argument before. That I've never heard the intent argument made before. And I was like, what? And sometimes I know for myself, when somebody presents something to you that just seems so outlandish that it catches you off guard. And as one of my guests, I think it was Dr. Susan Jacob, she's like, intent refers to why you are doing the killing, not just postulating that you want to do the killing. Like me, like if Daniel is sitting somewhere saying, I want to overthrow the U.S. government, that's not the same thing as somebody overthrowing the U.S. government. Those are two very different things.
Right.
And your intent behind doing it is very different than you just sitting there thinking about doing it. And I was like, yeah, it was a very frustrating argument, but you handled yourself well. You clearly won the day. The audience gave you, I think it was like 89%.
Well, and I was serious, Jamal, if he wants to, because there were a lot of lies he said in that conversation that we did not have time to address. So if he ever wants to continue the conversation, I'll be there.
Well, for one, the Abbas thing is wild to me. It's like you bring up a poll, and after you bring up the poll, you ignore part of the poll. It's like, how are you doing that, right? How are you saying, this is the poll that I'm introducing, but I believe Abbas is more popular than that? Okay, dude, you can't have it both ways, right?
Yeah.
You can't live off the poll and then all of a sudden deny aspects of the poll that you're living off on one other context. No, it was very frustrating, but you handled it well. You handled it well, especially for a limited time debate. You're right. An hour is not enough time to have those debates. Even if you have two questions, the fighting goes into different places that requires time to kind of deal with But no, man, you handled it well, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you for it. You are a lawyer, and as a lawyer, somebody mentioned to me, Dan Kavalik. So Gustavo Petro in Peru hired Dan Kavalik in order to represent him.
Sorry, you said Peru. I think you mean Colombia, right?
Colombia. I'm sorry. Thank you. Colombia. Thank you. Colombia hired him to represent him in a lawsuit, effectively pushing back against U.S. going after him and his family. And Dan made this point of saying that there's parts of U.S. law that would allow countries to go after the United States for, let's say, murders, killings, etc., those type of things. And you could be a foreign government that goes after the U.S. government for doing so. And we're looking at this notion of Venezuela, what's taking place there, where obviously the United States seems to be lining up for a coup attempt in Venezuela and just randomly murdering people in boats in Venezuela, like in the Caribbean. It's just outlandish, right? But can the same policy be used, let's say, for people in Gaza who know they can't be used against Israel, but the United States is effectively paying Israel to do this? Is there any legal recourse that could be used against the U.S. as a result of its policy in the Middle East? Or it doesn't work that way? It has to be somewhat direct where the United States itself is doing the murdering.
It depends on, the answer to your question depends on the forum. At the level of international law, in international tribunals, there's absolutely a basis to do this. And frankly, I'm surprised. Well, I shouldn't say I'm surprised because of its consistent record of failure, but the International Criminal Court, because of this happening on territory that is subject to the jurisdiction effectively of the International Criminal Court, which is to say the occupied Palestinian territories, okay? Mm-hmm. The court has clearly ruled that it has jurisdiction over this. Israel is not a member of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court,
right?
As is the case with the United States. But the International Criminal Court has said very clearly, we nonetheless have jurisdiction over the occupied Palestinian territories where these crimes are happening. The American government has been aiding and abetting genocide in this area of the world over which the ICC has jurisdiction. It could have indicted Joe Biden, Antony Blinken, Kamala Harris, Jake Sullivan, Rubio, Donald Trump, without even breaking a sweat. It had ample grounds to do that, just based on the public statements of the U.S. government. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't even have to do any forensic investigation to persuade, competent, independent judges of the merits of the indictment. So at that level, there's no question that also a state could bring a claim of violating the Genocide Convention and other aspects of international law against the United States government, not against individuals. That's what the ICC deals with, but against the U.S. government at the International Court of Justice, just as South Africa has done with respect to Israel. And I think the only reason that hasn't happened is because people are afraid, frankly. What is the United States government going to do if we pursue it at the level of the ICJ? And that's probably why the ICC hasn't acted either. Now, in the U.S. domestic courts, actually, let me talk about Canada, because I'm not really up to speed on the U.S. domestic legal regime for international law crimes. Okay. But in Canada, we are a member of the ICC, as are the vast majority of Western states. I think virtually all the states in Europe are. And we have legislation which incorporates into law the war crimes provisions and crimes against humanity provisions of the Rome Statute. And any prosecutor here there's ample evidence to indict Israeli and American war criminals and other Western war criminals like Keir Starmer, Rishi Sunak, David Lammy, this freak who purports to be the foreign minister of the UK, all these characters. We could do that in our domestic courts. The problem is that the Canadian government, when it adopted this legislation, I suspect it's very similar in other countries that are part of the ICC, said that you can't pursue a prosecution without the consent of the Attorney General of Canada. And the Attorney General of Canada, that's right.
They're appointed by the executive branch.
Correct. It's a political appointee. And so this has never happened in Canada Somebody actually tried, by the way. I think you and I talked about this previously. Back in 2011, George Bush was coming to Canada to give a speech. And by that point, it was absolutely clear that the Bush administration, with the consent and authorization of the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, had committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. And the Attorney General would not give its consent. So a human rights organization here and some victims from Guantanamo brought an application to a Canadian court saying, look, you got to let us proceed here because Bush is coming and the Attorney General won't consent. And the court threw up its hand and said, well, no, I can't, because the law says that that's the only way that one of these prosecutions can be pursued. So this is the problem we have in Canada. I have no doubt that, by the way, I know Dan, I had the pleasure of meeting him in Moscow. He's a great lawyer, great guy. I have no doubt that he's correct, that there are mechanisms of U.S. law even though the U.S. is not a member of the Rome Statute, which would allow these matters to be pursued. But is a U.S. judge going to actually entertain one of these cases? There was an attempt made to pursue the Biden administration in the federal district court last year, alleging that it too, this was the Center for Constitutional Rights in the United States, brought this on behalf of Palestinian Americans, alleging that it violated the Genocide Convention. The U.S. is a party to that statute, and the government invokes something called the political question doctrine, which is just an excuse for the court to throw up its hand, say, this is too hot a potato, don't want to touch it. And the federal judge, a very senior judge in California, said, look, man, I agree with you. I think there is merit to this case, but I am bound by the jurisprudence of the United States Supreme Court to dismiss the action under the political question doctrine.
Wow.
So,
wow, that's disheartening. That's very disheartening. This partition plan that they've come up with in Gaza, this is wild to me. So apparently the plan goes, Israel is going to continue to occupy a large swath of land in some kind of yellow zone that is further encroaching on the area of, well, they're already occupying Gaza, but further encroaching into Gaza. And that they're supposed to get tens of billions of dollars to build up the land that Israel is occupying. Where are they getting this money from? I guess is the first question. And two, do you think this plan is ultimately going to be successful?
The first question, the answer to the first question at this stage appears to be, I suspect Israel would be happy to contribute some money to that enterprise if it's confident that the newly constructed occupied Gaza Strip is not going to be inhabited by Palestinians. So let's just dispense with this idea, this lie that they've been perpetrating, that Palestinians will be allowed to live in a reconstructed part of the Gaza Strip that is not controlled by Hamas. This is absolute nonsense. The settler movement, which is widely represented within the cabinet of the war criminal Netanyahu, has been very clear about this. We want to send back in Jewish settlers to retake that land. It belongs to us. So they're going to, I think the Israeli government will find ways of providing the money for the reconstruction of those areas of Gaza to the exclusion of Palestinians. I also suspect, I can't prove it, that a lot of that money would come from Zionist billionaires who have shown, no hesitation in doling out huge amounts of money to take control of media companies and social media companies to disseminate the Zionist propaganda. So would the United States government be willing to go that far? I'm sure there are a lot of people in Congress who would. I have no doubt that Trump would want to do that. The question is, how is the American public going to take a stand for that? Will it do so? There's a lot of growing opposition, as we've talked many times, at the grassroots level, not just amongst Democrats. I don't know if you noticed this, but Candace Owens just did like a 2-hour interview of Norman Finkelstein.
Did she? He is a warrior. I swear to God, that man is ferocious.
And awesome. Last time I checked, it had just been published. It had over 500,000 views. So, and then there was this event where J.D. Vance, you might have already talked about this, Jamal. He was being asked at some Republican event by multiple people about U.S. support for Israel.
Right.
How is the public going to react when tens of billions of dollars are transferred from the U.S. Treasury to this criminal enterprise, I don't know. Ain't going to be a good reaction, I think. So I'm not sure if the U.S. government is going to go that far. I'm sure there are a lot of people who want to, and we'll have to see. But at the end of the day, the real question here is, in my view, is the resistance just going to sit there and allow the remaining population of Gaza in this even more confined space? Remember that Gaza was already, I think it was the most or almost the most densely populated part of the world.
One of the most, yeah.
And now, even if they have killed, which is likely several 100,000 people, it's going to be even more densely populated. It's completely uninhabitable. I don't think that the resistance is just going to sit there. They still got their weapons. They will resume the fight at some stage. I suspect that Netanyahu is counting on that because, as we saw on October 29th, any kind of resistance when, an Israeli terrorist was killed in the Gaza Strip, Hamas denied it had anything to do with it, but the Israelis said, no, it was a Hamas sniper. They killed over 100 people in 24 hours, including at least 46 children. So I think that was a message. The message was, you kill one of ours, we're going to kill 100 of yours. But eventually the resistance will go back to active combat. They're not just going to sit there and rot.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, up to this point, what we've seen, killing 100 people overnight is rather astonishing, especially from the standpoint of, well, there's been a sniper, an Israeli soldier was killed. And from my understanding, they're not even still allowing food coming into the location. Like, they've still been blocking the amount of food that's been coming into like support and aid and everything else. Well, Donald Trump has continuously said, we're not going to let them take the West Bank. Do you buy that?
They've taken it. I mean, who are they kidding, man? Yeah. I was there in March of last year. I drove all over the West Bank with a Palestinian Canadian friend of mine who lives in Bethlehem. Settlements are everywhere. The wall is everywhere. It's constantly expanding, constantly encroaching. The checkpoints they number in the hundreds, and just going through them is a life-threatening experience if you're a Palestinian. You could die at any time. I mean, who are they kidding, man? He's trying to maintain the illusion. He won't even come out and say, by the way, Trump, you can't annex it because one day this is going to be part of a Palestinian state. He doesn't even go that far. He just don't annex it. He's trying to maintain the illusion that maybe one day there will be a discussion that might lead to a rump state, a quasi-state for Palestinians. At the end of the day, I think right-thinking and informed people can see that for all intents and purposes, Israel has already annexed the West Bank.
So, okay. So why does, like, all of these countries, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Trump, all of these other people are like, this is our red line. We're not going to tolerate the annexation of the West Bank, blah, 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 blah. Is it just purely for show in this case? I mean, because don't get me wrong, I know they want to annex the West Bank, and you have settlers who are murdering people left and right. I had a conversation with a gentleman who had just been beaten up by a settler. This was like years ago when we were on the radio station. It's heartbreaking, like what those people are effectively living through. I mean, I guess give me your take on that. How do you think this effectively turns out? I mean, is it just Israel's objective is we will take section by section. So we're going to take a section that we're militarily occupying. We're going to build that up. And then we're going to resume the war. And we're going to take another section. And we're going to build that up. Meaning they're isolating, building up, and then moving forward from the point by which they built up. I hope that makes sense in regards to the way I'm thinking about what it sounds like they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah,
basically forcing the Palestinians into smaller and smaller enclaves.
Yes, in Gaza, I think the plan is, first step in the plan is to consolidate control over the areas that are physically occupied by the Israeli military, because they don't have complete control. For example, a large portion of the tunnel network remains intact, and I'm sure a lot of those tunnels extend into the areas that where there is an Israeli presence. So they're going to have to physically, consolidate iron control over that area. Once they've done that, they will begin clearing. I believe this is the plan. I'm not saying this is what's going to work, right? They will be clearing the rubble, which in and of itself is going to be a years-long process just to clear the rubble. And then they're going to they'll probably want to erect a barrier. So they're going to move that, the concentration camp fence and all those watchtowers inward, closer to what's left of the Palestinian population. So once they've consolidated control, physically barred any entry by Palestinians into the area of the Gaza Strip that they now physically occupy, they'll begin the task of removing the rubble. Then they'll start reconstructing, and then they will bring in Jewish settlers and other Westerners to live there to the exclusion of Palestinians. In the West Bank, they are doing something similar, but it's a much more complicated process in the West Bank because there's more Palestinians and they're intermingled with 800,000 settlers. But they're trying to move them out into areas that are nominally under the control or shared control of Israel and Palestinian Authority, and confine them in ever smaller spaces. And eventually they are going to do exactly the same thing there. The parts from which they cleanse Palestinians, they will move in Jewish settlers, construct Jewish settlements in those areas, and corral the Palestinians into areas that become increasingly unlivable, with the ultimate objective of them simply dying away or leaving. And to the extent that they can actually kill them, they'll do that, as much as the international community would allow them to get away with. And then they're going to move to East Jerusalem, where the task is much more difficult, because there you have, a much even closer intermingling of the Palestinian and the Jewish population. And then if they succeed in doing that, they're going to move to the 1948 boundaries of Palestine, what is today called Israel, where approximately 20% of the population is Palestinian. And there they'll probably, that in some ways is even easier, because they can just drive them, as was done during the Nakba, into southern Lebanon, Syria, just physically drive them into that area. But, from a legal perspective, they have a problem, and that is that those persons are all citizens of Israel, those Palestinians. So they're going to have to work that out. But I think that's ultimately the plan. And I think it's going to fail miserably. I think Israel is going to collapse long before this sinister, sadistic plan is realized. It's going to collapse because of international fury. It's going to collapse because Israel's military right now is a mess, and it's just going to get worse. It's going to collapse because of the economic damage to Israel. So I think they won't get remotely close to fulfilling this plan.
But the international fury doesn't seem to matter.
Well, it takes time for governments to adapt to new realities amongst the population. Look, we've talked about this many times. Yeah. If the governments of the West, who are ultimately responsible for this, without their support, Israel would be toast. This pipsqueak of a country would never get away with anywhere close to what it's gotten away with.
Agreed.
If it wasn't for Western government support, okay? Why do they invest so much time and energy in manipulating public opinion about Israel? Why do they do that? Because they know that if enough people get worked up and angry about it, they're not going to be able to pursue these policies. So right now, I think they're in a very dicey spot. Look, Zohran Mamdani. Okay, the guy is openly saying he's going to arrest Netanyahu, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah,
the mayor of New York, Zionist Central, he's saying that he's going to arrest Netanyahu, and he's poised to win the election.
Yes, he is.
This is a harbinger of things to come. People who have openly professed support for the Palestinian people and who seem to be serious about it are going to win political office, and those who swear fealty to Israel are going to lose. So it's a process that's going to take some time to work out. But that's where we're heading, and that's why Israel is desperate to change the narrative in the United States and other Western countries.
So you see it as a race against the clock, effectively.
Yeah.
That they're trying to effectively get everything that they can under the Trump administration, under the belief that they have a limited window of time to accomplish whatever they're trying to accomplish in the context of this objective.
100%. It's a race against the clock, and they're going to do everything they can to get this done before Trump is out.
From your mouth to God's ears, man. From your mouth to God's ears. Dimitri, thank you for joining me, man. I always appreciate these conversations. I really thank you for catching that email towards the end and popping in for today. Dimitri Lascaris. He is lawyer, journalist, activist from Montreal, Quebec. He is also host of Reason to Resist. Definitely check out his channel on YouTube. Dimitri puts out fantastic content. This is just a taste of Dimitri. Dimitri, be safe, man. Thank you for this.
Peace out.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. And we are joined with the man, the legend, Caleb Maupin. How you doing, Caleb? You doing okay this morning?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I am doing okay. I screwed up the we fell back in the States by an hour.
Okay.
We didn't fall back anywhere else. So where I am, there's no fallback. I ended up bringing on a guest. I started early. I started the show at like 6 o'clock as opposed to 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, I will do a better job of trying to of scheduling the people. But I didn't have a choice. The guest was in Australia, and he would have been on like midnight if it wasn't for me getting him at 6. But otherwise, everything else has gone okay. Everybody else is falling in place. What's wild about it, at the radio station, usually without fail, anytime there's a time change, there's a guest that misses. Sometimes there are 2 guesses that miss. It's always a miss. I handled it relatively well. So I'm patting myself on the back on this. Caleb Maupin, by the way, he's a speaker, writer, journalist, political analyst, author. He has several books. Well, let's go with Center for Political Innovation first. What are your latest books? Give us at the very least 2 that the audience will know.
Oh, well, one great one that I wrote, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? Kind of an overview of the Houthis of Yemen, Ansar Allah, where they came from, their beliefs. It's kind of an introductory book. It's been widely praised. We've done some like bulk distributions of it across the country. But it's my organization. We're the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org. We've got members around the country. We disrupted the No Kings rallies that they did October 18th to say hands off Venezuela. That was very successful. Keith Ellison was interrupted in Minneapolis by our member out there. We had our LA team that was on the ground, and it was really, really great. The latest thing was just this weekend, myself and our member from Boston, Noah, we went down to join the Uhuru March. They had their annual Black is Back March on the White House. And so we represented CPI there to support them. They've got their appeal going on. They were acquitted on the main charge of being Russian agents, but convicted of conspiracy. So they're now trying to appeal that in federal court, and they're launching a movement to overturn the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is a threat on all advocates of peace. It's a completely unconstitutional law. So we got to spend the weekend in D.C. Working with Uhuru. Anywhere that people are struggling against globalism, imperialism, the rule of the world by big monopolies and bankers, you can find the Center for Political Innovation doing anti-imperialist education work. That's what we're all about.
See, that's the problem with laws. Like, it's one thing if they're used in good faith, and yet very rarely are they. Like, for example, if you're Georgia and you put a foreign agents law, okay, you want that foreign agents law because for all intents and purposes, you want to know the money that's coming into your country that is trying to overturn your politics. I mean, they have an active attempted overthrow of the government in a color revolution. And so you have all of these European leaders, the United States, et cetera, dumping a huge amount of money into opposition figures that want to overthrow the government. You want to know where the money is coming from. But that's assuming that you use it in good faith. Whereas in the US, it's like, yeah, we're going to go after the Uhuru. Yeah, we're going to go after Rando person, Michael Flynn. We're going to go after Ritter. We're going to go after so-and-so. Meaning they use it for political ends, even though the law may have a necessity or at the very least a usage if it was used in good faith. And I don't know how to split that baby. I don't know how to mind the gap.
Yeah, well, I mean, the FARA law, they used to just tell FBI agents and others, don't worry about it. We just don't use this piece of legislation. There were something like 6 prosecutions in the history of it. But as soon as Trump got in, they started using it, and they went after Trump administration officials. And then after January 6th, Biden got in, and they raided the homes of the Uhuru movement and tried to charge them with being agents of Russia. And then they went after all kinds of people with this law. I mean, they've used it like crazy since Trump first came in, and then especially after Biden got in. There's a lot of discourse now that says, oh, well, we should use the law against Israel. That's not how it works, right? Israel has all the power, right? AIPAC and all of them have all the power. These laws, it's a law that's on the books that can be enforced against people that they don't agree with. Having it on the books is just, giving a hand grenade or a gigantic weapon to the forces that want to silence anti-imperialist voices. So it needs to just be overturned because it's not constitutional. How can free speech constitute acting as a foreign agent, right? If I'm a U.S. citizen, I have the right to say we can get along with Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela or anybody I want to. And if I'm an American business owner, I have the right to do business with anybody I want to, as long as I comply with American foreign policy. And where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line, right? So if Walmart wants to set up more stores in Brazil, and so they have Walmart lobbyists go talk to Congress and say, we have a lot of stores in Brazil. Maybe you shouldn't put a tariff on Brazil. Do they then get dragged out of their offices in handcuffs? Oh, you were lobbying for Brazil. You're an unregistered foreign agent. Of course not, right? It's applied selectively. When they want to go after somebody for political reasons, they use it. And they went after the Uhuru movement. They raided their offices. They tried to send them to prison for 15 years. They failed. But who was next in line? If Biden had, I guess if Kamala Harris had won the election, they were going to go after Scott Ritter, and he was next in line. The FBI raided his home, and they were prepared, and that they had a whole narrative. It was going to be Russia was responsible for Trump's campaign, and they were going to go after Scott Ritter next. And I mean, they were just going to start picking off anti-imperialist voices. So what the Uhuru movement did, Chairman O'Malley, they went to federal court and fought for our right to disagree with war. That's got to be applauded. I'm proud to have said, been at the trial. I'm proud to have raised the case with Putin, right? At the World Youth Festival, I got up and asked Putin, and I mentioned the case when I spoke with Putin. We put on a UN press conference about it. We did a lot. We did everything we possibly could to support the Uhuru movement, and the fight isn't over. So it was a great weekend in D.C. Got to see their organizers from around the country. Lisa Davis, who's one of their key people in New Jersey. She's faced some criminal charges for Palestine activism. Before she's facing a legal case in New Jersey, and they're good folks, folks from the Green Party. It was a small rally. I'd say a couple hundred people, but it was a march from Malcolm X Park in Washington, D.C. all the way to the White House. It was really an honor to be there. And I'm really glad that I made the trek and that, we're with Uhuru. We may not agree with their political line about different things, but when it comes to the right to oppose war with Russia, the right to speak up for Russia and Ukraine and do that without going to jail, I'm with them 100%. So the
prosecution was outrageous. I mean, that prosecution was BS right off the bat. I mean, even in the context of fair law, it was nonsense. Yeah. I guess my thing is, a fair law doesn't necessarily stop you from pursuing an objective. Like, meaning, under the model that you gave, if the person registered for FARA, they can lobby for whoever they want to lobby for. It's just kind of alerting the government saying, hey, by the way, we are receiving money. Meaning, it is very dicey for me if an NGO comes into the United States, that NGO gives somebody $1 million, and that person is advocating without necessarily giving a heads up for the fact that they're advocating because they're being paid by this group that may be outside of the interests of the U.S. I mean, we take issue with money in politics in general, where money is effectively going into political affairs that are changing and contorting the votes of various people without those people have to acknowledge the fact that they're getting money from these sources. I mean, think of all the money Hillary Clinton was getting from Qatar, for example, or think of the money that Clinton was getting or that Israel dumps into our politics. They put hundreds of millions of dollars to get rid of various political actors. And at no point need to register for the fact that they're working on behalf of a foreign government.
Well, election contributions, you do have to register that. Any campaign contribution of any kind has to be reported. All campaign finances, that's a different issue, right? And
but that's my point, though. It is like you have to register for it. I mean, you have to give notice of who you're getting that money from. And I'm saying the FARA is just doing that. The issue is the way that they're using it to go after political opponents.
Yeah, and the thing is that FARA, it doesn't apply to election campaigns. It doesn't define clearly what constitutes lobbying, right? And that's the thing. Lobbyists are people on Capitol Hill who go and visit the offices. Uhuru doesn't do that, and has never done that. Exactly. They've never been accused of doing that. They're nowhere near Washington, D.C., except for once a year they have their annual Black is Back march they've been doing for 17 years since Obama got into office. What they do is they run a farmer's market in St. Louis, Missouri. They run classes in St. Petersburg, Florida for pregnant mothers. They are a community-based group in 2 states, in Florida and Missouri, that does community, activism. They're not a lobby group, and they used the FARA law to ban RT from the airwaves.
Yes, they did.
And even though the FARA law specifically has a media exception written into it, it says that this does not apply to the media. So I mean, they just have completely abused the law. If you wanted to have some kind of registered lobbyist program, right, where it was very clearly set up what lobbying was, and that would be one thing. But it's just a vaguely written law that they don't enforce unless they feel like it, and they go after they can go after anybody. The other thing is that I mean, in the age of the internet now, I mean, there's all kinds of internet stuff that doesn't even come from within the United States, right? Are they gonna have to register? I mean, a lot of things are electronic. It's a completely absurd thing, and I agree with the Uhuru movement. That law needs to be gotten rid of because it's just a threat. It's just a trigger that can be pulled, at any time. Now, Pam Bondi, when she became the U.S. Attorney General, she issued a memorandum saying that FARA would not be used against American citizens anymore, would only be used in clear-cut cases of espionage. But then after, they did the whole thing declaring Antifa, they were going after Antifa, there's this big document, and there's a whole bunch about FARA in the document about the Foreign Agents Registration Act. It's like one way they could go after Antifa. So it's not clear what's going on with FARA. The Trump administration, they talk one way, they talk another way. So I don't know what's going on. There's also a weird thing with so I don't know if you've noticed the woke activist group that pretends to be a communist party called the Party for Socialism and Liberation, PSL, right? They got served with a letter by Congress, right, that they wanted them to turn over their emails, and they did it with this NGO called the People's Forum. They served them with a letter, but it wasn't binding. They haven't been subpoenaed. Right. So they served them a letter, and there is some interest in the fact that they are funded by this billionaire guy named Roy Singham, who is a wealthy guy of Indian descent who does business in China. And he seems to fund some of their activism. And the right wing is kind of making noise about that. Now, I would support their civil liberties. Congress shouldn't be looking through their emails. They have the right to do their activism for Palestine or whatever cause. I may not agree with a lot of what they do, but it doesn't matter. They should have the right to do it. And so It looks like some of the conservatives are trying to make some noise about Roy Singham, about China potentially backing PSL, which is absurd. But that we'll see if that goes anyplace, because they got the letters, they got these official letters from the Congress asking for their emails. They obviously didn't turn them over, which good for them, right? There's no reason. Congress has no right to look at their emails. And then nothing as of yet has come, but it's important to pay attention to that, right? And that would be an example of the Trump administration trying to use FARA kind of stuff against their opponents. And so, and I would defend their civil liberties. I think Congress has no right to look through their emails, Agreed. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a very dangerous slippery slope. And like you said, like you pointed out with the Georgia law, the USA is funding activist groups all over the world to destabilize countries and overthrow governments and all of that. But, here in the United States, it's like, Uhuru supposedly got $5,000, to take a petition to the UN that they've already done 10 times or something. I mean, the whole case was absurd. And at the trial, the FBI lied. That's the craziest thing. The FBI agents were on the stand. They read them the indictments. They said, do you have any evidence of this? No. So the case would never have gone to trial if they actually had the evidence they said they'd had. I mean, they lied to get the indictment. Every single prosecution witness was an FBI agent or an academic hired by the FBI. The academics who were hired by the FBI as expert witnesses knew absolutely nothing about Uhuru. They just knew they were experts on Russia bad, and the evidence against them. I mean, they raided, their office, and Chairman O'Malley's office. He had like a Lenin book on his shelf. And that was like evidence they were tied to Russia, I mean, it was like the most absurd case you ever heard.
He's reading a book on Lenin. He's clear-cut case.
He's tied to Russia right there, and it was pretty crazy. And they had these academics get up and talk about, well, Russia funds activism in America. They've been doing it since the Cold War, and our precious bodily fluids. And they didn't know anything about the case. And then the FBI agents, they had some emails that they acquired or whatever. And I mean, there was nothing that made them agents of Russia. So
it's outrageous.
And what's also wild is that, they got acquitted on the main charge, but then they were convicted of conspiracy,
which makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Where's the conspiracy if you get rid of the main charge?
Their activism did not constitute acting as a foreign agent. Conspiring to do that activism would not be a crime, right?
Exactly.
If something is not a crime, conspiring to do it is not a crime, right?
Exactly.
In theory, like if one was going to murder somebody and you conspired to murder them, but then you didn't successfully pull it off, you could still be conspiracy to murder but that would be because we agree that murder is a crime. But if we agree that what they did was not a crime, conspiring to do it is also not a crime. And it's a very odd misdemeanor, or it's a felony. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, right, is actually what the charge is, right? Because the idea is when you register for FARA, and this is the thing, registering for FARA is not a simple thing. You basically have to pay for the FBI to investigate you. I mean, you're paying thousands of dollars a month and all of this, and you're basically just paying for and arranging for the FBI to investigate you, and that you pay thousands of dollars. So the idea is that by not registering, they conspired to defraud the U.S. government of the thousands of dollars they would have paid. It's an absurd charge, and it should be overturned, right? I'm paying attention to the case, and we have been there. And I will say one thing that is infuriating to me, and I hope people hear this, is that where was the left on this? This is a clear-cut case. If you watch documentaries, films about the Black Panthers, about Fred Hampton, the U.S. government accuses a group of Black socialists of being agents of Russia. You should support them, period. End of discussion, right? Yeah. But where were they? Where were they? I was in front of the federal courthouse with Jill Stein, with Scott Ritter, with members of the New York State General Assembly, Charles Barron, with Pam Africa, but where was the communist groups? Where were the leftists? I mean, they were largely absent. Tucker Carlson supported them, though. Tucker Carlson did a whole show with Chairman O'Malley. He did a special on Fox News about their case. And then he, on his, podcast, he did a whole long interview with Chairman O'Malley where they talked about different things. And he actually praised their work in the Black community and such. It was pretty wild. So where was the left, and it was just because of all this internet shit talking, this culture of internet shit talking that's developed, and this kind of jealousy. Like, people only care about who's internet famous, right? It's all just about, how famous can I be and stuff. And, and the left dropped the ball on the Uhuru case completely. And this is like one of their own, right? This is a Black socialist group, but there's so much rivalry and ego and jealousy, it's particularly wild. But I'm proud that my organization, CPI, we were with Uhuru from the beginning. Members of our organization, a guy named John McCarthy, who's the leader of CPI in Chicago, the Uhuru movement gave him an award for his consistent activism at their convention. That because he has done so much to raise money for them, to go out and promote their case, to connect our two organizations. He's acted as the liaison. So, that's one thing. CPI, we're the real deal. We are doing anti-imperialism for real. We are going to Russia to anti-imperialist conferences. We are publishing books and distributing them in bulk to educate people about the Houthis. We're standing with the Uhuru movement. We are doing anti-imperialism for real. There's a lot of people talking on the internet. We're doing it for real. We're building a real movement. So I'm proud of our organization, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Well, I always say you guys are very active in regards to physical reality, not just internet stuff. You guys are actively on the ground when you guys are doing it. I always point out that you guys are an active organization as opposed to some of the stuff that takes place online. So God's work. You guys are doing God's work. And yeah, what they've done to them is outrageous. I remember this case when I was at the radio station, and they had nothing on these guys. It was just the very fact that they were taking a particular point of view. And the government was like, well, obviously they're working with the Russians. It's like, really? And to use the FARA law like that, God, man, they have abused that law. I would not put it past the Trump administration or the right wing. I'll tell you something that I've seen happen that I hate, that bugged the hell out of me. The way that they've went about getting rid of RT Sputnik, like this end run around the federal government and everything else. And you would have people who were on RT and Sputnik that were very angry that the federal government did that. They've shut us up. They're getting rid of our First Amendment rights. How dare the government do this? And then after Charlie Kirk was killed and people were saying something about Charlie Kirk and the life that he lived, the first thing they came up with was, those people need to be silenced. And it's like, okay, dude, are you serious right now? I don't put it past either political party to take umbrage and then do the exact thing that they've taken umbrage with on any particular issue.
Yeah.
So just because the Trump administration may have said that doesn't mean that they won't use the FARA in the same way that the Biden administration used it to go after its political opposition. I would not put it past them.
No, I wouldn't put it past them either. And like I said, their Antifa, legal document they published even talked about using FARA to go against groups. And there's been talk of, going after the PSL over, different stuff. And, my thesis, again, you're asking me about books. I wrote The Danger of an American Years of Lead, right? And that's my thesis, is that you look at what happened in Italy during the 1960s and 70s. They fomented the years of lead, where there was this crazy political violence of communists killing fascists, fascists killing communists, communists killing other communists, fascists killing other fascists. Nobody knew who was on what side, and public opinion was overruled. And now Italy is still a member of NATO. And it was an intelligence operation. It was called Operation Gladio, and they brag about it. And the Red Brigades, which were these extreme communist groups, they kidnapped Aldo Moro, the former prime minister, and killed him. And why did they kidnap him? Because Aldo Moro, he was from the Christian Democratic Party, and he was a conservative, but he was anti-NATO, and he went to approach the Communist Party, and he said, let's form a coalition government to get Italy out of NATO and focus on improving our economy and industrialization. And the Communist Party and the conservative Christian Democratic Party were going to form a coalition government. And the Red Brigades said, oh, no, we can't have that. And they kidnapped Aldo Moro. And they killed him, and they dumped his body halfway between the two party offices. There was like a halfway point between the Communist Party office and the Conservative Party office. They dumped his body to basically just say, we will never have, a coalition government. And I mean, it was pretty wild. And it appears that the government officials in Italy knew where he was being held, but they had to ask permission from the CIA to go rescue him. And the CIA wouldn't let them do it. And there was a journalist who revealed that, who then ended up dead a couple weeks later. And it's all pretty wild. You read about the the years of lead of Italy. Very, very wild. But I say it fits a pattern, right? And that it's really interesting. You read counterinsurgency, right? We should, counterinsurgency is a whole school of thought of how do you prevent a country from having a revolution, right? And that Frank Kitson was the leader of the British intelligence services, and he developed a whole theory. He wrote this book called Gangs and Counter Gangs, where he developed a whole understanding that every society, there's like a sliding scale. No society is ever totally at peace or totally at war. And that, you have what's called subversion, which is you have people in the country that want to overturn the status quo. And that's called subversion. But after a while, he argues that subversion can eventually lead to what he calls terrorism, which I don't agree is terrorism, but it's when you have subversive groups that are strong enough, they can exercise power, they can force changes, etc. And then he argues that terrorism can eventually lead to civil war, where the government itself collapses and different people are on different sides, right? And so he argues that, it's like a sliding scale, and subversion, you're in the state of subversion, you're in the state of terrorism, or you're in the state of civil war. And that it's necessary to do everything you can to keep the subversives confused and keep them isolated, keep them fighting each other. And he developed this whole method of cultivating what he called counter gangs, which were groups of insurgents or subversives that were actually working for the government, And he did this in Kenya, and that's how they confused the Land and Freedom Army of Kenya, because they captured various Mau Mau fighters, and then they sent them out to act like Mau Mau to gather information. And it got to the point that a lot of the Kenyan population couldn't tell who the real freedom fighters were, and it got confusing. And that's how they were able to subdue and defeat the Land and Freedom Army in Kenya in the 1950s.
But how does that apply here in the States? Because you made the argument once before that you think something similar is taking place in the United States, but we seem to be so anesthetized that there doesn't seem to be this kind of subversion element. I mean, like, we're watching them murder people in the Caribbean, and the U.S. is like, oh well. We watched them commit genocide, and most of the U.S. was like, oh well.
Well, one of the things that I did that got me the most kind of hate and made me kind of notorious on the internet was I exposed BreadTube. You remember BreadTube, right? Out of nowhere, around the time of the Bernie Sanders campaign, out of nowhere, there was this whole internet community called BreadTube. And I did some research, and I discovered that a guy was advising them, a guy named Steve Hassan, who is the anti-cult guru who wrote the book The Cult of Trump, and was involved in kidnappings and all of this, and has been working against the Church of Scientology and different groups for years, and was trained by former U.S. military psychiatrist, the top military psychiatrist Robert J. Lifton trained him and was his personal mentor. And I exposed that he was the advisor to BreadTube, and they were going to him about how to make their videos and all of that. And I wrote a short book called BreadTube Serves Imperialism, made all the BreadTube people really, really mad, and they held it up and, this is awful, and sold a lot of copies. I appreciated all the publicity. And then Gray Zone came out with a smoking gun that one of these people, they had the funding that was British intelligence had funded Abigail Thorne Philosophy Tube. She was on the payroll of a British intelligence foundation. And then after that, ContraPoints did a whole show with Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton did a big promotional show with ContraPoints. And it was like, I was more right than I knew. And one of the people that I highlighted in the book was this guy named Caleb Kane, who did a whole thing of like, I was in the alt-right and I was brainwashed. And now I'm, the New York Times highlighted him. And he did an interview and he said, well, Caleb's all wrong. It's not just Steve Hassan. It's a whole wing of the FBI called countering extremism. and trying to say I'm wrong by then laying out that, no, it's actually a whole countering extremism wing of the FBI that's advising, BreadTube. So basically BreadTube was a counter gang, and I was completely right about it. They were afraid that the Bernie Sanders movement might go someplace dangerous. So out of the blue, they boosted like crazy a bunch of social media personalities that were socialists, but were carefully controlled. And that was an effort to kind of, and to corral, the dissident Bernie Sanders crowd into being fighters for Joe Biden and not, finding common ground with the Trump base or anything. And that one of the main things that the BreadTube crowd did is they tried to crush the Medicare for All marches. Right. That was one of their big things, was to go after these Medicare for All marches. You can't march for Medicare for All. If you do, you're a Nazi. If you do, you're a white supremacist. It was crazy because those were movements where people on the left and the right were kind of coming together around an economic program of improving people's lives, giving access to healthcare, and they moved against it. And so we see that, and then, we have the, Charlie Kirk's assassination. People are, asking a lot of questions and all of that. But like you said about, the demand that people get fired and all of that, I obviously think celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk was not the right thing to do, but you shouldn't lose your job for it. You can be an asshole, free speech. You can offend people, right? You can be a jerk. You have the right to be a jerk. This is America, right? And I was horrified by the number of people I saw celebrating Charlie's death online, but I also didn't agree with right wingers then trying to get them fired from their jobs. That's cancel culture, right? That's the same thing you guys have been talking about. Now and the point though is it kind of draws a river of blood between these people, right? And that's the game that social media is playing, right? If you're somebody who likes Charlie Kirk, you see that horrendous video of how he died, awful, right? And then you see people cheering about it, you're traumatized, and you think those people want to kill me, they want to kill my family. And if you're somebody who you're on the left and it's a trendy thing to do to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, so you do it because that's what everybody else is doing, and then you get fired from your job or you get kicked out of your university, you're traumatized then, and you think these people are out, and you'll never unify with those people around a program to oppose the establishment. It's just like the years of lead. It's the same kind of game. When you draw a river of blood between people, when it becomes personal, when people are getting killed, when people are getting hurt, when people are fearing for their safety, that's a way to make sure they never work together. And that's what we have to get past. And that, that's why I've said it's an intelligence operation. It's the years of lead. And part of it is we just have to realize the internet is enemy territory. I mean, I'm happy to be on the internet saying that, and, but Patreon and all the different ways, you don't know where this money's coming from. And you get, with money, people get nudged one way, they get nudged another way. You don't know where it's coming from. And that, there's a lot of games that get played where it's like, you don't know where the source of this is, and you don't know and they have lots of fake accounts and I'm very much an adherent of the dead internet theory. I would argue that the overwhelming majority of internet activity is not real. It's contrived, and it's used to manipulate and nudge and change discourse. And obviously I'm real, you're real. I've met you in person, you've met me in person. We do real stuff, but I would argue that the overwhelming majority of X accounts, the overwhelming majority of views on YouTube, et cetera, are not real. And it's a game. It's a game they're playing to try and control dissident ideas. People are waking up. People don't agree with the establishment, but the idea is to manipulate them and get them angry at each other and get them confused. I use the analogy of William S. Lind in his book on fourth generation warfare, another counterinsurgency book. He talks about David and Goliath. And he says, in the whole thousands of years that David and Goliath's story has been told, nobody ever sympathizes with Goliath. Everyone supports David. And that's why insurgents are successful. And he says, so what you got to do is you've got to make it not David versus Goliath, because everyone's going to support David. You make it David versus the other David versus the other David versus the other David. And Goliath's just standing back and saying, look, I don't want to fight. And a bunch of Davids are fighting each other, and it's confusing, and no one can tell who the real David is. And then Goliath just kind of wins by default, right? That's the game that they're playing, right? And keep the Davids fighting each other and confused, and have the killing. He talks about in that same book, he talks about the mafia, right? The mafia doesn't kill people in public, right? Unless they really want to make a point. They do it quietly, right? The idea is because that makes you look bad, right? If you just go after somebody, you make them a martyr, you make them a victim. No, you have someone taken out in a very, quiet way where, people don't exactly know what happened. They just kind of disappear, right? That's kind of the game. If you just publicly go after people, look, Yahuru's a great example. They publicly went after them, and people saw what they were doing and rallied to support them, and the whole thing backfired. But if you just start an internet shit-talking campaign against somebody, if you just, there are ways of doing it that doesn't make the person a martyr and a celebrity, but rather just kind of, it makes it all very, very confusing. Yeah. That's kind of the game. And that right now there is widespread, what you might call subversion in the United States. I think that's very good. There's a lot of people that are opposed to imperialism and opposed to our government and its economic system and are questioning things. That's good. They don't want that to turn into real organizations on the ground that can exercise power. That's what Frank Kitson would call terrorism. Now, obviously, I don't think that's what terrorism is, but that's what he would call that. And terrorism could then eventually lead to a situation where parts of the government came over to the side of the people that want a new system. And you could have some kind of situation where we could actually move toward getting a government that would actually change the policies and pivot us toward, building a new economy. And that's what they don't want to see. And so they're playing a counterinsurgency game. And it's important to know what our enemies are doing. The important thing is to not play into it. Don't celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, because when you do that, you're traumatizing anyone who is associated with Charlie Kirk, no matter how wrong they are. And they might be willing to align with you down the road around stopping a war or something, but then they saw you celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk and they're traumatized and they're not going to listen to you. Right. And don't play into it, and try to build real organizations and, carry out real operations, make alliances, and build kind of a block. Ultimately, I think what we need is an anti-monopoly coalition. It is the big monopolies, the bankers, the big corporations that are globally oriented. They don't care at all about this country. They just care about their global economic system. They run the United States, and the United States is getting poorer, and our living standards are going down, and they're taking away our rights, and they're marching us toward endless war to support their system. We need to build an anti-monopoly coalition against those big monopolies, and we need to call for a government of action, a government that would be strong enough to break those monopolies. That's why I don't agree with No Kings, right? No Kings gets it all wrong. They say Trump is too strong. No, Trump is weak. He's pleasing Israel. He's pleasing Marco Rubio and the anti-Venezuelan. If Trump was a really strong leader, he would break the power of the Israel lobby. He would break the power of the Miami mafia, and he would fight for working families. Trump is weak, and they have it all wrong. They want weak leadership. Trump is too strong. He's acting like, no, we need a strong leader in the United States. Trump is just not that. Trump is revealing himself to be quite weak and beholden to the powerful interests. And, the No Kings rallies is basically saying, just let the powerful interests rule by default. Kamala Harris said, she's disappointed in all these titans of industry and these private companies that have just accommodated Trump. I mean, she wants Wall Street to rule without any interference. So No Kings has it backwards. We need strong leadership. Trump just is not that. He's not that. And my disagreements with Trump is that, he's doing that. And like the ICE thing, it's the whole thing about, going after, it's the same with the food stamps, right? Food stamps, in the country have been cut off. The courts are now ordering them to be turned back on. But it's always easy to pick on people that have no power. You know, low-income people that get food stamps. Oh boy, I got them. Oh, I'm gonna get them. Right, undocumented workers. Oh boy, you know, we're gonna get that. Like these. It doesn't take a great, powerful, strong man to stand up to them. Stand up to AIPAC. Stand up to the Israel lobby. Stand up to the military-industrial complex. Right, that's real heroism. Right, you know, and that going after the weakest people to like get some cheap publicity points, it's weak. You know, we're not being robbed by low-income families who get food stamp. We're being robbed by international bankers and big monopolies. That's who you need to fight against. You know, I've seen some, you know, people don't know. The U.S. government buys millions of dollars worth of cheese every year. Doesn't give it to low-income families. It just buys it and buries it in a cave. Why? To keep the price of dairy high enough that the farming sector doesn't go out of business, that all the agribusiness farms don't shut down, right? You know, so people say, oh, well, you know, the reason food is expensive is I saw this meme going around. Oh, the reason food is expensive is because all these poor people get it for free. No, the poor people getting it for free keeps the business going. And the U.S. government, it's not just them. The U.S. government just buys a bunch of cheese just to keep the price down. It's called overproduction, right? You never pay out enough wages in the process of making that food for people to be able to buy it back. And it's a constant problem. And that's why they invented the food stamps program to begin with. It was Henry Wallace, when he was running the Department of Agriculture in the late 30s, he invented SNAP because he said, look, we got all these farmers here with lots of food to sell. We got all these poor people that are hungry. So we'll invent a government program to give money to those poor people so they can buy those food. The farmers can make money. And it was a way to try and stabilize capitalism. It made a lot of sense, you know. And it's a subsidy. And one of the main advocates for the food stamps program is Kraft, because it keeps them in business. And that, you know, that this idea, this idea on the right, this neoliberal idea that if we just get the government out, everything will magically work fine. No, a lot of the government intervention we have is not set up to help the people. It's just set up by Wall Street itself just to keep it going. I mean, it was J.P. Morgan who invented the Federal Reserve Bank. You know, and the antitrust laws and all of that. It was Wall Street that came up with a lot of that stuff because they're trying to stabilize a naturally unstable economic system. The market fails. The market failures. That used to be a course they taught in economics. The market doesn't magically solve problems, right? It just doesn't. The market has built-in problems. That's why you have gluts of overproduction. That's why you have an economic meltdown, an economic breakdown every couple years, right? The market is not magic, and the magic market thinking is all over the right, and it's delusional.
Yeah, agreed. They have this, this anarcho-capitalism stuff. It's like, oh, the government is a problem. It's like, dude, your market created on some level. Well, it didn't create the government, but it needs it in order to maintain itself. No, agreed. 1000% agreed. I didn't know about the cheese in the cave thing.
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
It. Yeah, the cheese cave in Springfield, Missouri. There's a cave that's got billions of dollars of cheese because they just keep buying cheese and they bury it just to keep the prices high. Right? I mean, it's absolutely crazy, right? It's
the can't give it away, because if you give it away at that point, people aren't buying it, and it brings down prices again. Yeah, so they just have to basically get rid of it. That sucks.
Yeah, that's the irrationality of the market system. And like, why should self-driving cars be a bad thing? That should be great. That, you know, driving would be unnecessary. Cars can drive themselves. It would free up people to do all kinds of other productive labor. But in our system, Andrew Yang talked about in the New York Times, if we had self-driving cars, there'd be riots in the streets. Millions of truck drivers out of work, millions of Uber drivers, cab drivers out of work, traffic court employees out of work. I mean, it would result in chaos. That doesn't make sense. Technological progress should lead to more prosperity.
You read my mind. I was just talking about that before you got on the show.
Yeah, go watch The Great Dictator, right? Which is a movie made by Charlie Chaplin, right? At the end of the movie, it's kind of a hokey, silly movie, physical comedy.
What machine minds?
Right, yeah, but that rant at the end that he gives, that's what he says. He says economic advancement and technological progress should lead to a better world. That was the point. And that, you know, Charlie Chaplin was a communist, right? He was kicked out of the country for being a communist.
Oh, that speech is great. Like,
yeah, it is. And
he's like, don't give yourself over to brutes.
Yeah, beautiful. It was a beautiful anti-fascist speech. And Charlie Chaplin, I mean, he had fundraisers for William Z. Foster and the Communist Party at his mansion. And they eventually kicked him out of the country in the 50s for being a communist. And he ends the movie with this epic speech about this very issue, about how technological progress should lead, I think he says, should lead to all men's happiness, right? You know, it's a really powerful speech. Go and listen. If you hear that, that's basically the communist message, right? Is that we should rationally control the economy to make sure people have enough, and that we have an irrational economic system where technological advancement leads to poverty, and we need to get over that, and that we don't need fascism, right? And that fascism is an attempt to try and stabilize this system with militarism and war. And that's the whole thing about machine men with machine hearts. That's that whole thing, is that they're trying to stabilize the country with war and death and destruction and degrowth. And I always tell people to go read R. Palm Dutt, his great book, Fascism and Social Revolution, where, you know, the essence of fascism isn't people being racist. There's racist before fascism and racism. Maybe fascists are racist, but that's not the essence of it. Fascism is degrowth. There's an attempt to stabilize the capitalist system by destroying the productive forces, by having a heavy-handed government drive down living standards, create a slave labor underclass, militarize the economy. Fascism is degrowth. That's the essence of fascism, right? And it is economic in its essence. It's not aesthetic. It's not it's not a political ideology. They make it up as they go along. They decide what they need to do, and then they make up some fascist ideology to justify it. Fascism is the needs of the capitalist system dealing with this problem of overproduction.
What's the name of the author? One more time.
R. Palm Dutt, Fascism and Social Revolution.
Okay. Caleb, I want to transition. This is a great breakdown, by the way. I love these conversations. I always tell the audience, I say, Caleb can talk about anything. And he knows so much of the stuff that he can go into in detail in a way that's I'm always impressed by and I can always listen to. Thank you for that. Recently, this is taking place now as we speak. So this video was put out with attempts going after Venezuela seemingly getting more significant. The U.S. is practicing drills. They've reopened a military base in Puerto Rico, and they are now engaged in this kind of jungle warfare training in lieu of fighting in Venezuela. They've added apparently Cuba and Colombia to that list, or at the very least Colombia, but in that harebrained speech that was given by, what is his name? It'll come to me in a moment. Going after Cuba, where they had to pull his card in the United Nations. It'll come to me in a moment. But I guess my point is, this seems to be getting that much more acute with information coming out that Rubio is apparently the one that's running the show on this particular issue. They've convinced Donald Trump. All of them know that this is not about drugs. Rubio has convinced Donald Trump that the best way to secure the resources of Venezuela is effectively take the resources ourselves, put in a puppet, and allow that puppet to effectively do whatever they will with the resources at that point. And you even have this from Lula. Lula has now gotten far more, I guess, strident in his criticism of all of this that's taken place. Latin America seems to understand the gravity of what this means if the United States invades Colombia and, for that matter, Venezuela.
Everyone who read that letter knew that the information about Brazil in it was incorrect. That's why I told President Trump during our phone call that it was necessary to put people who actually liked Brazil in charge of the negotiations. I am a very experienced president. It may not seem like it, but I have a lot of experience. And do you only send people to negotiate? Who do you want to be against it if you yourself are against it? Or do you want someone to actually negotiate if you want an agreement?
Now, put this in the context of any negotiation that's taken place with Maduro. And you have Rubio as your point person for those negotiations and to come up to some kind of deal, some kind of agreement that prevents, let's say, a military intervention into the country. If Rubio is your point, you're going to war. You're going to war. Have your point of view changed on this? That this is more than a pressure campaign at this point? Or do you still think this is purely a pressure campaign?
Well, it's interesting. So it looked like they were preparing to strike, right? And they were preparing to strike. And then on Friday, the Miami Herald came out with a story saying they're going to strike. They're getting ready to strike. And they asked Trump about it on Air Force One. He said, no, we're not. Well, that's not true. And then Marco Rubio very defensively came out and with a tweet, and he called the Miami Herald story fake news. which is very odd because you think, Marco Rubio is the one who wants them to attack and he'd be threatening Venezuela, and he called it fake news. And then Tulsi Gabbard was in Bahrain, and she gave this whole speech about regime change is over. We don't overthrow governments anymore. We're not going to do that, and then since then, Trump has said, well, they've asked him again, are you going to strike Venezuela? And he said, well, if I was, I wouldn't tell you that. I mean, we don't give that kind of information about it.
But he said Maduro's days are numbered. I doubt if we'll go to war.
Yeah.
But
so
I'm sorry to interrupt real quick.
Yeah.
If you've noticed, though, Trump did the same thing in every negotiation that he was with. When he was doing the Soleimani thing, Soleimani goes to Iraq under the idea of a peace guy, under the guise of some kind of peace deal. He gets murdered. Donald Trump is working with the Iranians. He's in negotiations. He tells them, hey, while we're in negotiations, nothing is going to take place. And his dog, Israel, attacks in the middle of negotiations. Same thing with Qatar. You have Hamas leaders that are in Qatar in negotiations, in which case, obviously, the United States is involved, and they get hit there also. Meaning in every situation where Donald Trump pretends as if there's some kind of negotiation taking place, that is when he goes and murders whoever he's trying to murder.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Maduro, the negotiations are over. I mean, it's like there were some backroom negotiations. That's over. Now they're just threatening them. And then and now they can't be clear about what they intend to do. And my hope, again, I'm really just hoping that we see a repeat of the first term where they threatened Venezuela and they did a whole bunch of things and then they moved on. Right. And Trump can say to Marco Rubio and all them, look, I did it. I threatened them. I did a whole thing against them. I sunk a bunch of boats. I did whatever, now we're moving on. And that's what John Bolton said in his book, Critiquing Trump, is that Trump got bored of Venezuela, that John Bolton really wanted to go to war in Venezuela. And Trump said, you know what? I'm bored. Let's move on. We did it. We did the food thing. We did it. We're done. Moving on. And that's why John Bolton hates Trump is, how dare he, and that's what I'm hoping that Trump is doing here. I'm hoping that Marco Rubio will have gotten his fix. And, I will say I'm blown away by how like Rand Paul and Thomas Massey and all of them have been critiquing this. And they've pointed out the whole drug thing is such a ridiculously obvious hoax, right? Yes. They sink the ships. They say, oh, these ships have drugs on them. Some of these ships would have had to like refuel 10 times to get to America if they had drugs on them. And if they actually had drugs on them, they would seize the ships because the DEA says Venezuela is inconsequential in the drug trade. They have not released a single name. So they know these people are drug dealers, but they won't tell us their names. One of the ships, this is my favorite. One of the ships they sunk, there were survivors. And the U.S. arrested the survivors and gave them back to Venezuela. Well, why didn't you arrest them for trying to bring drugs to the United States?
Because they weren't trying to bring drugs to the
United States. Because they weren't doing that, right?
Right.
Right. And they won't tell a single name. So, I mean, these survivors, right, if they're on the drug ship, they should give us the name. They won't say the name because they don't want us to look it up and see that they're not drug dealers. The whole thing is just that it has nothing to do with anything. And the fact that they won't even name the survivors, they won't name the people on the boats. These are just provocations. This is the USA threatening and bullying Venezuela, basically, and trying to provoke a situation where Venezuela retaliates. And then they can say, oh, Venezuela attacked the United States, and then they move against them. But Rand Paul, I mean, he was the one calling this out. Bernie Sanders didn't come out against it until like yesterday. And I mean, Bernie Sanders was silent. AOC is silent. We got Mamdani, who's running for mayor of New York City. He's saying, oh, Maduro's a dictator. I hate Maduro and all of this, I mean, the Republicans are more anti-war than the Democrats are at this point. The Democrats have completely dropped the ball on anything anti-war related. At this point, that's very obvious. And it was the same with Iran. You remember that? I mean, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that was opposing the bombing of Iran. And finally, when the bombing was already happening, Bernie said, oh, that's not good. Israel might have the right to attack Iran. I'm okay with Israel attacking Iran, not America, though. Oh, okay. Thanks. And it's wild. And then what frustrates me also is that all these people on the right think Mamdani and Maduro are the same thing. Well, if Mamdani and Maduro are the same thing, you'd think the Democrats who support Mamdani would all be speaking up about attacking Venezuela. They're saying nothing about it. They're not the same, right? They're not the same. And, Tucker Carlson recently did a thing about, there's no gay marriage in Venezuela. There isn't, right? Abortion is not legal in Venezuela. Venezuela is quite socially conservative. I mean, they're pretty liberal. There's LGBT people there. I've been there. They're not like, it's not like a super conservative society, but it's a Catholic country. They're socially conservative, and the socialism it's not bread tube. They're not a bread tube country. Okay. They're a real genuine anti-imperialist country. They're not bread tube. Right. And the memo has been sent out. If you're a leftist in America, all you got to focus on is LGBT all day long. And anyone who criticizes anything, anyone who's a Christian is a Nazi or whatever. That's not how they feel in Venezuela. Venezuela, they feel that the banks, factories, and industries and the centers of economic power should be organized to serve the people and not the profits of a wealthy few. And they've taken control of their oil resources, and they've used the oil revenue to stimulate and build a strong economy in Venezuela. That's what socialism is. That's what socialism has always been until now in America. Now socialism means, a rainbow flag, and you build a worker co-op with your friends and share the profits, and anyone who disagrees is a big fat Nazi or what. I'm so alienated from the American left, but I love Venezuela. I've been to Venezuela. Yeah. I think Venezuela is a great example of an anti-imperialist country, and they've survived a huge blockade and a huge amount of pressure and such, and that things were pretty bad in 2015 when I was there, but they've gotten quite stronger since then. If you go to the CPI website, my organization, Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org, we have a great article by one of our members that just kind of breaks down the lies that the USA is using about the drug trade and other things, and how actually Venezuela's got quite a strong economic recovery. They're making their own food now, right? The reason, again, why was their economy so bad in 2015? Well, Caleb, that's just because socialism doesn't work. That's why. Duh. No, well, actually, no, their economy was very strong, but it's oil centered, right? And that the highest oil prices in history were happening in the early 2000s. And they were using that oil money. But then, in 2014, Obama dropped the oil prices. He went to Saudi Arabia, and they churned out a huge amount of cheap oil on the market, and oil prices went below $20 a barrel at one point. I mean, it was ridiculous. You could buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken that cost more than a barrel of oil cost. I mean, it was ridiculous, right? I mean, it was crazy. So they lost all this revenue. And then the USA had put sanctions like crazy. So Venezuelan companies couldn't just buy stuff from other countries. So they would have to, work through a back room and negotiation. And the amount of government revenue there was very low. And so all the stuff that they were having to import because they had only oil became way, way more expensive. And so you had a scarcity of consumer goods, and it was forced on the country. And it was awful, but it was imposed. And so what they did was they started building their own stuff, and they teamed up with Iran, and now there's Iranian supermarkets there, and they've opened up a huge amount of farms and all of that. And now actually, because of the sanctions, they've been forced to develop more and diversify their economy, and now they are actually recovering economically from all of that. It's very interesting, but the idea that socialism caused it, I quote the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal talked about how in 2013, quote, the party was still on. And that the poverty reduction and the huge expansion, I mean, until the oil price dropped, their economy was very, very strong. And then the oil price drop happened, and that's when they had the food crisis and the other issues. And then they've recovered from that. So it's infuriating when people just have this narrative about, oh, well, socialism just never works. Meanwhile, at the same time that Venezuela was having all those problems, 2014, 2015, the strongest economy in South America at that time was Bolivia. Under Evo Morales, they had the highest rate of GDP growth. So, it's just, it's frustrating to hear the distortions. And I mean, China became a superpower with socialism. China's the strongest economy in the world, and Russia, under the leadership of Stalin, they had the world's largest power plants, the world's largest steel industry. They became an industrial power that was strong enough to defeat a Nazi invasion. They eventually invented space travel. I mean, socialism has been very successful as an economic system. It needs to adjust, though, right? The Soviet model is very good at getting over that first hurdle, industrializing. But after that, you need the market, right? You need the market for fun things like consumer goods. I don't think the government should run hotels or restaurants. Things that make life fun, use the market. Let people vote with their dollars. But the market shouldn't be in control. We need a government that fights for the people, that is an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist government that fights for the people, that controls the banking sector and controls the electrical power grid and the major, industries like steel and all of that. And and oversees the lending of monies to strategically make the country stronger. You have a national bank and all of that. That's what 21st century socialism is. And we see that in China. We see that in Vietnam with, what they call the socialism oriented market economy. In Iran, they have what they call the resistance economy. They call it resistance economy, not capitalism, but Islam. And Venezuela, it's Bolivarianism, Bolivarian socialism. Nicaragua, they talk about Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. There's different forms of it, but it's basically profits are not in command. An anti-colonial government regulates and controls the economy. You let the market flourish around, that, and that's 21st century socialism.
Caleb, I agree with everything you just said out of your mouth. Every last thing. I always am further to the left than most, and it's for that exact same reason. It's insane to me that private enterprise will control electricity, steel, these kind of vital enterprises. That operate, that a society requires to operate. It always blows my mind that we're okay with that.
As parents, would you let the invisible hand take care of your children? If you were going out for the night, don't hire a babysitter. Just have the invisible hand, the market. That's kind of the invisible hand, the market. I mean, the idea that the market just naturally makes everything good. Clearly, it doesn't. Why not have society come together and control the economy to make it work for everybody?
Do you think the U.S. has the capability of knocking over Venezuela if it does attack?
It would be an absolute disaster if they did it. It would lead to chaos all throughout South and Central America. It would lead to instability. And Russia and China are very strong. Iran is very strong. I mean, they're calling for international brigades. I feel like if they tried to do it, the results would be disastrous, but maybe that's what they want. I mean, maybe that's what they want. I hope that Trump is self-interested enough to realize that if he does that, there will be a lot of American servicemen coming home in body bags. All the problems he's supposed to fix, migrants on the border, drug gangs are going to get worse. And he's already really, really, really low in approval ratings. I mean, he's really, really unpopular. And if he does that, he'll be, shooting himself in the foot politically. And what gives me hope, back to Yemen, right? The Houthis, right? You remember, Biden bombed Yemen to support Israel and nothing really came of it, whatever. So then Trump came into office, he bombed Yemen, and then he moved the aircraft carrier into the Red Sea, and they were bombing Yemen, they were threatening Yemen. And then there were some accidental deaths of U.S. sailors. You remember that? Right. Some U.S. sailors accidentally died. Now, the Houthis didn't kill them, they assure us. They just kind of, they slipped and fell into the ocean or something like that, right?
Hit the head in the shower.
And then Trump said the Houthis called us. They said they'll never attack a U.S. ship again. They called us and they'll never attack a U.S. ship again. And the reporter asked Trump, well, what if they attack Israeli ships, which is what this is all about? And Trump said, I'm fine with that. Not my problem. Right. And the U.S. started moving the aircraft carrier out of there. And the Houthis came forward and they said, we didn't call Trump. Trump called us. Right. He called us and we made this deal. No more U.S. ships get attacked. We can do whatever we want to Israel. And Trump pulled out. And I think what happened was Trump realized, there's going to be body bags. There's going to be, J.D. Vance came out and he said, all these people on the internet are saying Yemen's the new Vietnam. It is not the new Vietnam. Stop saying this. It is not the new Vietnam. It is not, and he's out there and they just didn't want the PR disaster of another regime change war. And that the only way they were going to stop the Houthis from attacking Israel was to overthrow them. They'd have to have a ground invasion and overthrow them. And the Houthis were ready to fight for their country. Their religion, they were told by their founding prophet, the day will come when we have no choice, we'll be the one people that will stand with the Palestinians like no one else. They are ready to be martyrs. They are ready to fight against Israel. And so the idea that they're just going to go, sorry, and stop, they're not going to stop, right? And so the only way to stop the Houthis from attacking Israel is to carry out a regime change war, and that would have a disaster for the United States. And so they just pulled out. And that, what gave me hope is I don't think Trump, it's not like he cares about the people of Yemen. It's not like he's morally opposed to it. It's just he realized, if I keep doing this, I'm going to have, a PR disaster. It's going to hurt my reputation. We're just not doing this. That's my hope. I hope that he comes to the same conclusion about Venezuela. He realizes that if he goes all the way in on Venezuela, it'll just completely devastate him with his base. Look, Rand Paul and Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene are already saying there's nothing for us in this. And that Trump will say, you know what? All right, I'm willing to beat my chest against Venezuela, to be against communism and be against socialism, but I'm not going to risk my political standing. Look, his poll numbers are really, really low. He's doing awful right now. Right. Yeah. I mean, for good reasons. He promised to make the country better and fix up everything Biden did. And everything Biden did, he's continued. The prices are still high. People are still struggling economically. He's not protecting free speech for pro-Palestine people. I mean, everything he said he was going to make better has not gotten better. So if I was him, I'd be more focused on turning around my poll numbers and getting people to like me than I would on, and also so many of his supporters are anti-war. And you saw J.D. Vance was just in front of an audience of Trump supporters that were just raking him over the coals over Israel and how beholden to Israel he is. And so the people who do support Trump, like the base, they're the ones that would not want a new regime change war, right? So if he loses them, he's got nobody. So if I was Trump, I would just back away from Venezuela, say, all right, Marco, I gave you what you wanted. Let's focus on something else. Let's start building that tunnel under the Bering Sea and connecting the USA to Russia over Alaska. Let's start doing that. We can name it. They're going to name it the Putin-Trump tunnel. Elon Musk has designed all the technology and how they can do it with AI and make it cheaper and all of that. That's what I would focus on if I was Trump, but I'm not Trump. So there you go.
From your mouth to God's ears. I suppose we'll see. Part of me thought this is a size envy thing. It's like being with a married woman. Okay, this is a very weird analogy, but the idea that Donald Trump has effectively lost, he can't get what he wants from the standpoint of Russia. He can't get what he wants from the standpoint of China. And so he's looking for an easy win. And he thinks Venezuela is that easy win. It's like he's getting his manhood back, his mojo. He needs to show that the United States still has the capacity to win conflicts. I hope it's not that shallow, and I hope that's not that fickle of a reason and rationale for doing it. I know Marco Rubio has ideological reasons for why he's doing it. He's Cuban American, so he has certain points of view along the lines of Cuba, Colombia, Venezuela, etc. But we'll see. From your mouth to God's ears. I hope you're right. I hope it's a pressure campaign, and that pressure campaign, when it fails, he just says, "Oh well, let's move for something else." But we'll see. Caleb, you're fantastic, man. Caleb Maupin.
Hey, you're fantastic too. You have the best anti-imperialist. There's a reason people are hovering around your channel. Is you've got every great anti-imperialist voice on here. People love Jamarl Thomas, right? Word on the street is that you're a great voice and you run a great program. So, I was talking about people at the Uhuru rally. Your name came up. People said, "Oh, I saw you on Jamarl Thomas and he's doing great stuff."
Really?
Oh yeah. People love this channel. People know what you're doing here is awesome. So I'm glad to be here and thanks for the invitation. I hope you're doing well in your life and everything. And yeah, we'll be in touch. Sound good?
Absolutely, man. Caleb Maupin. He's speaker, writer, journalist, political analyst, author. I'm going to let him introduce several of his books, but he's Center for Political Innovation, a very active organization that is all across the country, that is at protests, rallies, everything else. Caleb, give whatever 2 books that you want to give.
Sure. Who are the Houthis? What are they fighting for? And The Danger of an American Years of Lead. Check it out. Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org. Always doing great stuff.
Caleb, you're fantastic, man. And by the way, check Caleb out on his YouTube channel, Caleb Maupin. Also.
Yeah, I stream a lot. I'll probably be streaming tonight. So talk to you soon. Thanks.
You have a good one, man. Be safe. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. We have come to the end. We've come to the end. We've had a massive show today. This show has gone 4 hours. Shout out to Dimitri for joining me at the last minute. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Warwick Powell. We've had a damn good show. We have one more chat. This one is from Brave Top Reviews. Resign her job and do what? Work at Walmart? It's so easy to say that from the sideline. Y'all leave my Tossie alone, damn it. Man, fair enough. Brave, I know how you feel about Tossie. I do know how you feel about Tossie. But come on, man. Come on. Tossie is an administration that after her spending her presidential campaign talking about regime change wars, how she's against these wars, against the war in Syria, against overthrowing Venezuela, against all of this stuff. And she is now in an administration that is doing all of the things that she repudiated when she was running for office. What is she to do? When the gentleman that was out there murdering in command of Donald Trump, illegally murdering people in the Caribbean, he resigned his commission because that was the strongest position he could take. Now, I agree with you. Resign and do what? I don't want Katashi working at Walmart. Fair enough. But wouldn't you have more respect for her if she did? Wouldn't you have more respect for her if she did? I think that answer is yes, even though I understand your point of you don't want her to resign. Fair enough. Fair enough. Guys, if you dig the content, like, share, subscribe. You can support this content. PayPal, Patreon, Super Chats. PayPal, Patreon, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, all of those things help support this content. You have my deepest appreciation for doing so. I always say you guys make this show what it is, and it is because of you that this show can function. Free Palestine indeed, John Trudeau. All right. I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to say, like, Tulsi should be a pro surfer, President Jafar. Look, man, I don't hate Tulsi. It's just she's an administration that is effectively repudiating any and everything that she agreed upon. That's all. That's all. And it is difficult being in an administration because at the end of the day, you're not the principal in that administration. But Jesus, man, it looks bad for Tulsi to be like, we don't believe in regime change wars. And you have Donald Trump seemingly trying to push for a regime change war, or having did the same thing that was taking place in Iran. It looks bad. Looks very bad. All right. Like, what? Her job is literally snakes and ladders? That's funny. All right. Like, share, subscribe. You can support PayPal, Patreon, Super Chat, memberships. All of these things are beneficial to the show and help support this content and keep this content ticking along. I would like to get a producer. I cannot afford a producer yet, but the moment that the show gets to the point where it can, we will be getting one. I've spoken to a woman. She seems to be really, really good. And she was given to me, or at the very least said to me by a friend of mine. When it gets to the point where this show can afford it, I would absolutely get it. That way I'm not moving this stuff around, and booking guests and all of those things will be far easier. So I will be talking to her later today about it. But it won't take place till probably the first of the year. But needless to say, you guys have a fantastic day. We had a damn good show. I want to give a shout out to my guests. I want to thank all of them. I want to thank all of you for joining me. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Listen, you've grown on me tomorrow. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try. I do my best. I do my best. All right. You guys have a fantastic day. Be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. I'll see you bright and early in the morning.